Welcome to the GCI Conference Center. Please enter your access. Thank you. Please stand by. If you are the chairperson, press the star key now. Your conference will begin when the chairperson arrives. Please wait. The chairperson has not yet arrived. Please try your call again later. Welcome to the GCI Conference Center. Thank you. Please stand by. If you are the chairperson, press the star key now. Your conference will begin when the chairperson arrives. Please wait. be placed into conference. There are 18 participants in the conference.
We are up to
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
okay. Was that Dave Straub sighting in here, correct? Can anybody confirm?
That wasn't Dave.
That wasn't him in the front row in the red shirt, no.
No.
Huh? Yeah, that's Artie Baker, yeah. No, I thought I saw Dave Straub here, but maybe I'm mistaken. Okay, Dave Straub, are you on the phone? Ask Precision.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Yes, sir, Mr. Springer.
Good afternoon, Dave. All right, do we have a motion on renewal for license 10040, Alaska Precision Limited Cultivation?
Move to renew license number 10040, Alaska Precision.
Motion by Bruce Scholler there. Second?
Second for discussion.
Second for discussion by Mr. Miller. Okay, Dave, Mr. Straub. So you got some delinquent property tax, plan review fee, a couple of NOVs on your state tax, one NOV for waste disposal, one NOV for metric and transportation, one NOV for metric restricted access video surveillance. So how are things going?
The property taxes have been paid. The metrics situation was it's ever evolving with metrics. I'm sure some sixth grader set up the program, but it's still challenging because of it's not 2020. I guarantee you that. There's situations in it that I would think would have been fixed by now, but they're not. My security and everything is in place, and I'm made arrangements to get caught up on the marijuana tax.
Okay, so you've got receipts from the borough for both of those fees, and you've got a payment plan with revenue.
The borough's objection has been lifted, and I have a financial agreement that I sent the chief yesterday with that revenue. And we had a forest fire up here a couple months ago, and then 2 months ago, UPS run my security dog down. So it's been a little difficult month, but we're trying to get everybody caught up.
All right, Director, you got anything on last Precision renewal?
Looking through. I'm looking just to. Yeah, I didn't have anything added to it, but a note that I need to actually work to confirm where we are with what the gentleman is saying. So.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Dave. So
Can we just do this with delegation?
Yeah, we can. We can. It was with delegation.
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned something about the video. NOV reference video. Did you say that?
Let's see, it's sitting here. Yeah, video. Yeah. Let's sign that NOV here. And that would have been from a while ago. This is taxes, uncanned plant, check plants. Actually, I don't see a
it's 2 rooms
video.
Yeah, it said 2 rooms, does not have 1% video coverage.
All right. And these are all from early in 2019. Okay, so Dave, you got video camera.
And that was adjusted.
All right.
I had to change a camera view for enforcement.
Okay. They've been regular visitors to you?
They what?
They've been regular visitors out there to you?
No, twice in the last 3 years.
All right. Okay. All right. Questions for Mr. Straub?
So you received 4 NOVs from 2 visits?
The second visit was probably the NOVs with untagged plants and the cameras needing adjusting.
How about that waste one from January of last year? You said you had 120 harvests and no waste in metric. What was that all about?
I hadn't been putting my waste in after my harvest, and now I'm currently doing that after the harvest. I wasn't aware the waste needed to be added, as the packages were, but the waste is being added.
I mean, ignorance of law is no excuse. I know the NOV was a year ago. So did you backfill 120 harvests worth of waste, or what was the resolution on that NOV with enforcement?
I adjusted the waste in as many harvests backdated as I could. I haven't, I've been currently doing it, and I thought that was what they wanted, was for me to be currently doing it and to try and adjust. For 25 years we never kept track of waste. Just recently, in the last 3 years.
Well, the regulations came out recently in the last 3 years, Dave, and you're a licensee.
I initiated in the first 40 minutes of this state getting into this industry, because I was already currently in this industry for 20 years prior to you guys. So I get it. I've gone from paying $5,000 and $6,000 a month in taxes to where we are now. So I know there's a lot of information on metrics that we put in there, and granted, somebody's got to be noticing the this and the that. Look at the people that are getting more licenses, and then look at the people that struggle. Where's the vision start? I've been here 25 years. I lived here 25 years. Didn't just move here. I should have option to, any other business, I'd have options to make money, not struggle.
That is the whole point there. All right. Okay. All right.
And I'm at a point now with a retailer. I'm not accruing any more tax with the state, and it will get you caught up in the next 12 months, and hopefully, hopefully that, satisfies you. I'm license number 40. I got 100 in front of my number. It should mean something to people that, everybody wants to say they're, in this Frontier. Well, Frontier started 3 years ago. Guys like me.
Yeah.
Anybody with a license 100. Yes, So.
Yeah. No, Dave, we remember. No. Okay, look at. Are there any questions from the board for Mr. Straub? All right. Okay.
I have any questions about his statement. Mr. Straub, you're a small business owner in this industry, and it's your responsibility to make sure metrics is done properly. You're just throwing a lot of attitude towards the regulations and the board, and I just had to comment on that.
All right. Okay. Ready to vote? Okay. For renewal of license 10040 Alaska Precision with delegation, limited cultivation. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
No.
And Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. So, Dave, we're all looking at you as a pioneer in the industry to show these young'uns how to do it right.
I appreciate it. I appreciate everything the board does, and I really appreciate the director's comments yesterday and the direction that the flow is going. I really appreciate all the staff's, their work with everybody is commendable. So I really appreciate I'm encouraged the direction the marijuana industry is going.
All right.
Thank you.
Dave, thanks an awful lot.
Thank you.
Okay, Danish Gardens. Renewal. Stay on the phone? Stay on the phone, huh? Danish Gardens, you on the phone? Danish Gardens.
In 15 minutes ain't gonna fucking kill it. You know what I mean? Yeah, just round it to fucking 130.
Okay. Is Danish Gardens out there? Don't hear him. We'll, try to get back to him. Okay, operating plan change, yes. Oh, yes, yeah, no, that's correct. We're looking for, yeah, that's right.
420 on Main.
Yeah, 420 on Main. Are you with us? I apologize.
That's affirmative.
This morning.
Did you copy me? I'm here.
Is this 420 on Main?
420 on Main, Robert Bourne.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
9, 11, 12 tabs. Okay, just trying to find you here.
There'll be three licenses pending fire marshal, and they've been in the standing for over a year.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So how's things going?
Well, we're in a standstill for right now. A couple of reasons. The first one, I had my 2 licenses approved by the fire marshal, the retail and the manufacturing. And when the same electrical engineer that did those 2 did the grow, he went back and modified the manufacturing because he changed his mind about whether or not he wanted to be involved with the CO2 or the ethanol, which is what we got approved. So when he changed those plans, then he submitted them to the fire marshal for the grow review.
Yeah.
Fire marshal noticed the discrepancy and came back to me. And then that meant
your electrical engineer messing with your mechanical stuff. What was he
it's the electrical part of the grow.
All right, yeah.
The load unit on the building and everything. And I thought we had advanced that already before he got involved, but he got involved. He changed the plans, submitted them directly to the fire marshal. Fire marshal pushed back on me, and the fire marshal was very nice asking me to rectify that. But that means I have to go back and pay this engineer a few more $1,000. And to be honest with you, I got a little pissy about it. So I went to another electrical engineer that was famous in Anchorage, and he's been basically avoiding me because I'm down in Homer, and I don't know that he wants to get involved. But in the meantime, the second problem that I will say is once I got involved, and then I have a fishing boats and other things. When my banker found out, they basically shut me down on everything, all my other businesses. I can't get a loan on working capital on my boats or this building. So
sure.
I would ask you to give me another year, and I'm in the process of restructuring some things. I fully intend to pursue those licenses and get the installation.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine. That's fine. It looks like you're getting slammed from all sides. And you ain't the first one to run into banking issues.
No, I know that's a common thing.
Just keep the board updated. I would expect they'll probably throw you on the agenda here about 2 meetings down the line just to see if anything's changed.
Okay, I'll keep them updated.
Okay,
thank you very much. I appreciate the call back. Okay,
you bet.
Bye.
All right. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, brings us to, let's see, Danish Gardens, you on the line yet? Guess not. Okay, we got some operating plan changes here. Given the circumstances on license 10799, is there a motion to table common collective operating plan change to a time to be determined?
Mr. Chair,
go ahead. Yeah.
I don't think we should table the change because they are currently operating this way, and we need to bring them through, unless the director would disagree.
Let's see this thing.
Actually, that would be my recommendation, that you treat this on the face of what it is.
All right. Okay. All right. And okay, yeah, Ms. Franklin. Well, hold on a second. Let's see if we got a motion for license 10799 operating plan change, common collective standard cultivate.
Motion to approve operating plan change for license 10799 common collective.
Okay, there's a second. Second by Mr. Schulte. All right. Okay. So, Ms. Franklin, you're representing common collective.
Yes, I'm here.
Are you prepared to discuss the operating plan change?
Yes, the operating plan change is to bring the operating plan in line with the pesticides that DEC approved that were on the premises so that the operating plan reflects that those items are on the premises.
Any questions for, Ms. Franklin?
The request is that the board approve the change for the operating plan in anticipation of resolving the other matters at some point.
Yeah, Roger. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Question for the board, Chairman. When was temporary approval granted for conflict?
Temporary approval, I mean, to continue to operate?
Yeah, this is Director Pinkard. It was several weeks ago, but I think from the memo, it was December 20th. Might have been the day before.
Any other questions? Okay, the operating plan change for license 10799 Common Collective Standard Cultivate in Houston. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime? Yes. Mr. Miller?
Yes.
I'm a yes, so that's approved. Okay, Raspberry Roots. Raspberry Roots online?
Yes, I am.
There. Okay, good.
Janet Waldstein, attorney for Raspberry Roots, and Kim Cole, licensee, is on the phone.
Okay, we got a motion for license 10856 Raspberry Roots, manufacturer.
Move to approve the operating plan change for 10856 Raspberry Roots.
Okay, there's a second. Second. By Mr. Miller, okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Before you start, in what was the documents that were sent to us, I have one that says MJ15 not temp approved, then I have an MJ15 operating plan change temporary approval. As I reviewed those, they're almost identical and not.
There's two words that are different.
Two words are different?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out. So, is this motion, are we splitting the motion so that we're talking about the one that's already been approved early and then the other one, or are we just simply moving both of them? The maker of the motion?
Is that a question to me? Or
No, the maker of the motion.
You said there's two words difference between the two MJ15?
So originally, the vape, the Canamo vapes were approved with a list of ingredients and then, or, additions to the vape oil, and then it said, comma, or equivalent of. Based on your recent discussions, when we submitted this MJ15, which didn't have anything to do with the equivalent of language, it has to do more with packaging and the bag size and that kind of stuff, staff caught it and said, hey, the control board hasn't been liking this language of equivalent of. We're not going to temporarily approve it with equivalent of, but if you remove it, the director can consider temporarily approving it. So I believe what you have in front of you is both versions, one without the equivalent of, which has been temporarily approved, and one without. And I would direct, which one you would want to be considered would be the licensee's call. And so, Kim, which one would you like them to consider? Kim, you there?
Yes.
Which? Yes.
The original one.
Okay, so Kim would like you to consider the original one, which has the equivalent of language.
That's kind of the principle of it, just because we've already been approved.
Mm-hmm. Well, everything that's temporary approved gets approved permanently by the board, so that's the question. What we would like to do is for you to approve the originally submitted one with the originally approved language in the product ingredients, which says equivalent of. So you'll find that language right in the ingredient box of the not approved MJ15.
I guess I'm a little unclear on what is it CBD or equivalent thereof? Is that what that's intended to convey?
Let me pull up. I have the one that's temporary approved.
Yeah, I mean, it says
highlighted.
Viscosity cutting agent, polyethylene glycols, medium chain triglycerides, tech temper, whatever that is, cannabis terpenes or purchased terpenes, CBD or equivalent thereof. And the current approved one says, temporary approved one says, right, it says or, I mean, it's polyethylene glycols, medium chain triglycerides, tech temper, cannabis terpenes, or purchased terpenes, or CBD. When you say or equivalent thereof, you're adding a potential, it's called, what would be the equivalent thereof for these viscosity cutting agents that you're listing?
Well, the basic concept is just that we're not intending to add every single thing to every single cart. It's to give us the flexibility to be able to add terpenes to some carts but not other carts, or to add CBD to some carts but not other carts, without having to go through and do an entire new, submission for every single potential opportunity.
Kim, I think what the question is that Chair Springer is asking is, when you say or equivalent thereof, do you mean or equivalent CBD, or do you mean or equivalent of glycols, different types of glycols? What's
Correct.
that referring
Yes.
to?
Yes, that's exactly.
That doesn't clarify it.
Which
Sorry,
one
it's really, really, really hard to hear.
Yeah, somebody's... Okay, folks, anybody that's out there, put your phone on mute, please.
Maybe, Kim, it would help.
If you're on the speaker, take it off the speaker.
Kim, maybe it'd help if you gave an example of what would be an equivalent thereof.
So the concept is just that you would either use the glycol or you would use the MCT oil, kind of a concept. But we're only doing this is for the half-gram carts. So we're not going to be going into like 1.5 grams or anything like that. Is that what you're asking?
Well, so is everything listed in that parentheses, is that all of the choices you could possibly have that you want to have approved?
Yes.
Okay, then I would recommend we go back to the temporary approved MJ15, because if we have everything in those parentheses already that you would possibly use, then maybe it's not necessary to have the equivalent thereof.
Sure.
I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, because this, concentrates are kind of, I'm always learning.
Yeah, and when
Welcome to the GCI conference. Thank you. Please stand by. You will now be placed into conference. There are 43 participants in the conference.
Wait, I read or equivalent thereof.
Okay, that's not the intention.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think to go back to my original question, I think Ms. Cole might not have heard me when I said which one should we consider. I think we should consider the one that's temporary.
I just think the motion should be specific. You approve changes. Well, we have two options, so I think you should say MJ15 temporary approved.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would like the consent of the secretary. I would like to amend the motion. So move to approve operating plan change for license number, I can't see it, 10856 Raspberry Root, with the MJ15 operating plan change that was temporarily approved.
Go ahead. Yeah. Okay, very good. Do we understand the motion? Any questions? On the motion for license 10856 Raspberry Roots, approving the temporarily approved operating plan change for viscosity cutting agents, marijuana product facility manufacturer in Anchorage. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, Mercy Tree.
We're on the line.
Okay,
This is Colin Koenig with Mercy Tree of Alaska.
Okay, right on. Give us a couple of minutes here, not even that long. Okay, we have a motion for license 12680 Mercy Tree for operating plan change.
I'll move to approve operating plan change, license number 12680, Mercy Tree Plus.
Is there a second? All right, go ahead and, this looks pretty, Director, this is easy as it looks.
I did have a question earlier with the staff about some of the totals didn't meet up, but then once they explained to me some of the other, it was a math problem I looked at initially.
This is just square footage change. Right. This is just a change in your size. Is that correct?
Yeah. Okay. Yep, we're just adding a little extra cultivation space.
All right. Cultivation zone. Okay. Any questions? Okay, for approval of license 1. Can we read the right license number for this? 11118 Mercy Tree standard cultivate operating plan change. Yeah, the agenda says 11118, and I read off of the memo. It says 2680. What's do you know your license number?
License number 1118.
11118. All right. Okay. No. The establishment information has the right number. Yeah. What the applicant filled out is correct. Yeah. Okay. So it is license 11118.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead. Just restate the motion with the correct license number. Okay. Second. Okay, very good. Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, all those in favor of approving the operating plan change for Mercy Tree license 11118, standard cultivate and anchorage, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0 voice vote. Okay, Alaska Marijuana Gardens.
Thank you.
Yep, there you go. Yep, Alaska Marijuana Gardens.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. This is Armando Gonzalez with Alaska Marijuana Gardens.
Okay, good deal. Let's get you opened up here.
Really basic change.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's get a motion for license 12125 Alaska Marijuana Gardens. And a cultivate.
Move to approve operating plan change for license number 12125. Wild County.
Second. Miller. Okay.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Let me just make sure. Well,
yeah, take a look at
the business name is Alaska Wild Coyote. The DBA is Alaska Marijuana Garden.
And the license is 12125.
Yes.
Okay. So, what are we operating plan changing?
It's just we had to increase the size of the electrical room, and so that decreased the size of the office. So that changed 2 walls, and we had to switch a couple doors around to accommodate for that. And then there's another wall that got taken out. Other than that, no square footage change or nothing like that.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
My question is for staff. The operating change is the fact that some internal alignment, so security would know what's going on. But the MJ14, the actual premises diagram change, is still under review. So if
just got approved.
Operating change, are we basically jumping the gun in that staff have not approved MJ14?
The MJ14 was just approved and sent to me yesterday, actually.
Okay, well, that was my question to staff, so.
Oh, sorry. Nope.
Good. Okay.
Is staff confirming he's correct?
Check really quick.
through the chair, this is Carrie. Staff does confirm that it was approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then on license 12125, marijuana garden, standard cultivator operating plan change for approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Cast 5-0, voice vote. There you go.
All right, thank you very much.
Station 2 in Ketchikan. Okay, is Northern Lights Cultivation online? Okay, while we're waiting, is Danish Gardens online? Danish Gardens. Okay. All right, Northern Lights Cultivation. Jesse Hoyt, Jacob Rodriguez. Okay. Lady Gray Gourmet Vegetable.
Hi, this is Jenny Brown. I'm on the phone.
Miss Welchine is here. Is your client online?
Yes, Dan Welchine is speaking of Lady Gray Medical, and Tasha should be on the phone.
All right.
Hi, this is
Are you out there, Lady Gray Medical?
over the background.
Tasha.
Hey, folks, please put your phones on mute. We're trying to conduct business here over the phone with your fellow licensees and people you buy stuff from and all that. So please mute your phone.
She's on, yes.
Okay, Tasha, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right, we got a motion for license 12254 Lady Gray Edibles product manufacturer operating plan.
To approve operating plan change for
Facility. Janet.
Sure. So the summary of changes, I'll just run through. There's a couple changes to some different products. So the elation product changes are change the category of product elation from an edible to topical. Update the THC milligrams appropriately to include 4 options. It's topical now, not an edible. So 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams, 300 milligrams, or 500 milligrams. Printed on an updated box that you haven't seen before, so we want to bring that to the board. Eliminate the extra Mylar bag and instead attach a tag to the bottle that can be put on the bottle or tagged to the bottle or put the bottle in a custom box with printed information on the side, so she's still going back and forth between that and wants to have 2 different options.
Yeah, I saw.
You could probably mute that.
That's what I was coming in here to fix.
The conference is now in
And then
listen-only
update
mode.
the label to remove the nutritional information because it's not an edible. Almond Joyfuls, proposed changes, change the product name from Almond Joyfuls to Lady Gray Joyfuls. Addition of the following ingredients: hazelnut, cashews, pecans, peanuts, whey protein, nutritional yeast, dried strawberries, dried blueberries, dried cherries, dried apples, dried cranberries, almond butter, cinnamon, ground cloves, ground ginger, sunflower seeds, chocolate chips, peppermint extract, honey, maple syrup, pumpkin pie, and natural flavors or equivalents. Depiction is revised to reflect a picture of the finished product. Packaging and labeling and art's going to remain the same with the exception of specifying the name change from Almond Joyfuls to Lady Gray Joyfuls, and it'll have a sub-flavor on the label, so if it's Lady Gray Joyfuls with peanuts, it'll specify that on the actual, underneath the name of it, so it's really prominent. Berry Mojito Fruit Leather changes, updating the name of the product to just Fruit Leather, update description to be more accurately describe the product base and remove reference to deep purple, and change to be more accurate description of the color varieties and the hues and the color tones. So when we first did this product, she hadn't made this yet. And so when she started, R&Ding it just needed to be updated because it wasn't properly reflected in the original submission. Change ingredients to include strawberries, sweetener, for birch, xylitol, addition of applesauce, oranges, pears, cocoa powder. Change Fireball tincture to simply read cannabis tincture and or cannabis coconut oil. Add natural flavors or equivalents. Change the standard procedures to include the ability to utilize a mold to create fruit leather strips, in addition to the option to use a tray. Add 2 additional size options to the packaging descriptions, resulting in 4 total size packages. And then the last change would be to Sunny Day Granola. And the proposed changes would be change the name of Sunny Day Granola to Lady Gray's Granola, remove description of coconut flakes and chocolate chips, and add dry fruit to the description. Revise ingredients list to include peanuts, chia seeds, unsweetened dried blueberries, cranberries, strawberries, sunflower seeds, orange zest, pumpkin seeds, pumpkin spice, and coffee. Multiple package sizes contain varying serving sizes have been added to Section 7 of that product. So those are the changes we're requesting.
Okay, any questions? I got one or two. On the fruit leather and the ingredients, it says change Fireball's tincture to simply read cannabis tincture and or cannabis coconut oil. When the product is produced, it'll have an accurate ingredient label, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
It'll say tincture and coconut oil.
Or tincture coconut oil, right.
Right.
Or
okay.
just coconut oil if there's no tincture.
Yeah, I think we talked to her about that. Elation, it's just going to be a spray. I'm talking about the packaging for it. I see that there's a packaging where the first picture you see is getting poured into a bowl to be used as presumably massage oil. That's
right.
Elation, yeah. Yep. And then you scroll down and it shows Elation as a spray.
So there's actually a spray, but also next to it is like a fancy dropper bottle. So it can also be in that type of bottle as well.
Okay. It is a topical. Will there going to be anything in there that says for topical use? Is there any room in there to remind people that it's like not breath spray?
The label does say
it says topical use.
Yep. It does say topical use. Yeah, it says for topical use. And there's more information on it.
Second tag. No, it will not get you high, so don't bother. Okay. All right. Ms. Jones, anything here for you?
The only question I had was actually on the Elation label. It says it's been said THC dilates the capillaries and increases blood flow. It has been said.
Yeah,
I question whether that's giving, I don't know if it's medical advice or
pretty
some
close.
Kind of advice.
No,
but it's pretty close.
It implies a direct physical
I understand
impact.
that if you apply it, give it 20 minutes, no, you won't get high. That seems to be okay. But that first sentence, it has been said. I think that's questionable. That would be the only thing that I really had any questions about.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that. I mean, we're pretty clear that you don't make that's it. It has been said that this physical effect will happen. That's nearly a claim. I don't
It doesn't. I mean, to me, it seems like it's saying anecdotally, it's been said that smoking weed gets you high, and anecdotally, it relaxes you. But I mean, it's not saying it treats anything.
But we don't say that on labeling either.
Well, I mean, I think indicas say, it's a body high, it's more relaxation, that kind of stuff, but it doesn't say it's treating a medical benefit. It's basically saying this is the reason you would even want to infuse cannabis body oil, personal oil. Oh, here's Tasha.
I'm going to turn the phone back on for a second,
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Hey, Tasha, can you weigh in on that?
Yeah, that's exactly, I was going to say what you said, so thank you for that. But yeah, lots of people ask why or how, they're puzzled. Why would I use it as an instrument? in an intimate area, how does it work? So that was the best that I felt I could come up without sounding like it was medical advice. If you have some suggestions of how else I might be more clear about that.
Well, on further review, it is topical, and, we've given topical some passes as far as testing is concerned, not edible, chewable. So I guess, if somebody's selling a lotion, we got a lot of lotions out there, we got a lot of ointments out there. I can't necessarily recall what the labels say, but I expect when somebody buys a lotion, it's because they have at least an expectation of making the sore.
Yeah, that's why they buy them.
I was just questioning because I was looking at the in material sent to us the station label. I just looked over, I saw Mr. Trolley had the Lady Gray instrument lubricant, which was in another tab. And so I assume the Elation also claimed that it was topical. That's why the original approval apparently was. So I'm confused as to which version I should look at. The Lady Gray Joyful or the Lady Gray whatever.
Oh, the Joyful's candy.
No, you should be.
Just a second here.
It's
hard to flip around here because the product name is still Elation.
So the tab.
But the tag side of the label is Lady Gray. But that's on the MJ15 operating approval. But if you go back to the actual tab Elation, it doesn't say Lady Gray. It has the same verbiage, but it doesn't look like it's the original one. But this also says
So that is the original one, but when we submitted this, you, as a board, had not yet determined that if it was topical, you could have more than 50 milligrams in a bottle. So we just submitted it as we thought the board wanted it to be limited to 50 milligrams originally, and so that's what we're changing. It's always been a personal lubricant, but what we're changing is the dosage in it because now since you've made that ruling, I don't know.
See, this is the thing I hate, putting your arms in all these beds.
To match the other types of similar products in the market.
change the category of Elation to edible coffee.
Right, because you have only had.
I understand, but if you go back to the tab that doesn't say top.
Because you didn't have that differentiating, that was a change in the form that came later on. Like when we submitted this, it didn't. We just had product type, either concentrate or marijuana product.
Was that? Yeah,
they're two options. And you changed the form to make different options and you pull down under product type. Now there's different options. So it's on an older form. The original. Does that make sense?
So this is just recategorized from the original edible, move over, call it under the heading of topical.
Right, because we didn't have topical option before, and also before we didn't know that the board considered topicals to be really unlimited milligrams. So that's what this is kind of changing.
I think the reason I'm asking the question is, I have for me, I have a separate tab.
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Approved product, which is empty. I have Elation. I have the memo from staff. I have the Sunny Day granola. And then I have the MJ15 operating plan temporarily approved. Temporarily approved is different from Elation, is different from the others. So I'm trying to figure out, do I have a copy of what is currently approved or not? And apparently I don't.
So I think how it is organized, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it goes currently approved product, and there's nothing in that tab because everything underneath it is the currently approved product. So currently approved products, empty tab, and then Elation, Almond Joyfuls, those are all the currently approved.
Well, mine comes out alphabetically, so it's not
that's the problem. Well, that would be very confusing. The ones that we're hoping to get approved today are all contained in one tab, the MJ15 operating plan temporary approved.
But if you look at what you say is originally approved, it says coconut oil-based infused massage lubricant topical oil. Even though it might not have had a category of product or topical, the product description says it's only topical. And they're saying it's changing from an edible to a topical, and that doesn't make sense. If this is the original one, because the original doesn't say it's edible.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the thing that got them hung up was at the time that it was originally approved, there was no topical category under which
there wasn't a topical
classify it.
category.
And now that there is, they just want to clarify
we
it
just want to
in
move
AMCO's records so that it can never be misconstrued as an edible, right?
That's the point, because before it was only concentrate or marijuana product. And so now you have marijuana product, concentrate, topical, smokable product, ingestible product. There's all these little things that drop down on those forms. So we're just changing it to make it very clear it's a topical, which also increases the limits that we can put how many milligrams in the product.
That making sense to everybody?
No, but it's okay.
Yeah, I'm.
No sense.
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna say nothing. Okay.
I've been over here filtering for 10 minutes.
What's that?
I've been over here filtering for 10 minutes.
All right. Are there any more questions on the Lady Grey application? Any more concerns? Okay. On license 12254, Lady Grey Gourmet Medibles Marijuana Product Manufacturing, approval of operating plan changes. Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
I'm a yes, so there you go.
Thank you.
Will's World. Good line.
Jan Waltina, Bill's World, and they are on the line. Okay. So Bill Little and his son Jason Little should be on the phone.
Okay. Good afternoon. All right, well, we'll take
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Will's World, you with us?
Will's World's here.
Okay, right on. Good morning. Okay. Will's World would like to add.
And Jason, you're better at this than me, so why don't you describe the change real quick?
This is for the turf, correct?
Great, I'll do it. Will's World would like to add blister packaging as a packaging option. Will's World would like to add for butane hash oil, the BHO oil, that additional terpenes will be purchased from a licensed facility or from marijuana terpene runoff in their facility and add that back into BHO. So the request is not for terpenes from a source other than marijuana licensed products, plus the blister packaging. Those are the two changes.
Any questions?
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Does this get tested after or before the terpenes are added?
After.
Thank you.
So it's one final product goes to testing lab. If it comes back good, then it goes out.
All right. And did we get a motion? I don't think we did. We got a motion for license 12536 Will's World. Did we have a motion?
Move to approve license number, or operating plan change for license number 12536 Will's World.
Okay. Second by Mr. Miller.
And I just want to make sure I didn't misspeak.
Mr. Chair?
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, they talked about the butane hash oil, but there's dry shift hash, rosin, bubble hash, shatter. Are all those new products?
No, none of those are new products. All those are on there is just adding blister packaging as an option. So that's what I was just going to clarify.
So that's all just change in packaging?
That's just all adding blister packaging as an option. So I was going to clarify that the blister package is for all these products and not just for the BHO. The BHO oil only is the one that has the terpenes coming from marijuana in the licensed regulatory system that would be added back in and then go to testing.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, if I might, the reason I ask is, I guess it's the typed in is add blister packaging for the approved products, and then what's handwritten, which is what I read, only talked about the BH oil, so I guess I should look at both what is typed and handwritten. A reason why they were done separately was, did you just add something?
I think our client was in the office and said, oh, I'm going to add this, and so we just wrote it down, and then they signed it.
All right, very good. Another motion for license 12536 Will's World, operating plan change, for marijuana concentrate manufacturing facility in Palmer. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0 and a voice vote. Glacier Bay Farms in Haines.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Carol Waldo, you know. Glacier Bay Farms in Haines. Hello, hello. All right, we'll try to come back from Secret Garden Cannabis.
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Used to be an old TV show that was on every afternoon called I've Got a Secret.
Hello, James Thornton, Secret Garden. Also on the line, Nick Bryant.
Oh, you got him on the line, okay.
Secret Garden. Sorry, did I jump the gun there?
We're going to need him there.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Also manufacturing manager on the phone.
Okay, so, this is to approve these 11, these were new items?
Janet Wilson, attorney for Secret Garden Cannabis. This is just a MJ, I think so, an MJ-15 operating plan.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode. The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Is this packaging for those 11 items?
Yes, good afternoon. We're requesting alternate compliant packaging options on several Secret Garden approved products, also requesting alternate serving quantities to not exceed the maximum allowable dosage per package for several approved products. Also, lastly, we'd like to request the addition of 2 inert filtration powders to use for our winterization process and 1 botanical cleaning agent also used for the lab and kitchen.
Any questions? Is there a motion for license 12769 Secret Garden operating plan change?
Motion to approve operating plan change for license 12769 Secret Gardens.
That's by Mr. Miller, their second. Second by Mr. Schulte. Okay, any questions on this one?
I mentioned an inert type material. Where is that located on the MG50?
On page 2, and it is, page 2, let me see here, page 2 of 8, located at the bottom of the addition of the equipment, solvents, gases, chemicals, and other compounds. There are actually other compounds. The two medias and types are naturally occurring substances that are used to filter out undesirable plant constituents such as lipids, waxes, and chlorophyll.
Any more questions? Okay, then on the motion to approve operating plan change for license 12769 Secret Garden Cannabis marijuana product manufacturing facility in Anchorage. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, guess we had 5 ayes there. All right.
That was only 4, actually.
Who do we miss? Who do we miss? You?
I kind of missed the,
Okay, now it's 5.
And apologies for your time, but on a personal note, we'd like to thank Mark Springer for his service to our industry and his unique sense of humor along the way while serving. And the Secret Garden team wishes you good luck in your future endeavors.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that. All right. Okay. Homer Buds.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Homer Buds on the line.
Yeah, this is Patrick Moore, the owner.
Okay. All right. Give us 1 second to get a motion going. Is there a motion for license 12783 Homer Buds? Wait, Dan change.
I'm gonna start dumping shit on shit.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, what are you asking for?
How many of those we got? We need 14.
probably what you got right there. That's probably why.
This is just a building addition?
Yes.
Okay.
We got 4X.
Hey, standard cultivate, what are you adding on to your building, or what is that?
Second building next door that's 5 feet away, that, it was a garage converted to more grow room.
Got a premises diagram with that too? We got a premises diagram for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Should. I don't know.
Yeah, we got it, I think. Wow. Business must be booming. Okay. Any questions? Are we?
Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Question of staff. I assume that this says temporary approved, so we don't have to do delegation, but since it involves a new building, my question to staff is, in the temporary approval, did you do the pre-inspection beforehand, or did you temporarily approve it and has yet to be inspected when it's in its final form? It seemed to me that if this is a new building, that like everything else, it should have some inspection when it's basically empty, except for maybe what's allowable in terms of starting plants or clones or whatever. So I was just curious whether that was done before the temporary approval was granted.
Yeah, and I think that this is the first time we've had somebody add a building to their cultivate, to a standard thing. And it would seem to me that as you're adding square feet, you know, you've got to incorporate something into your cultivation supplemental, you know, saying either the same way in new building or...
I think the other thing this board has done for licensees that have multiple buildings, like we have on some of the farms where they've had, you know, 3 or 4 high towers, all, and, you know, high tunnels, is that, you know, we had to make sure that there was camera coverage of in between the buildings, and the diagram needed to show that all of the buildings and all the grounds within that was a restricted access, that's all covered with cameras, because the products move between building to building. All of that, I think, would have been checked on any inspection before the license would have been amended. That's why I was asking if it was inspected before the temporary approval.
Through the chair. Staff
Second.
has confirmed that inspections will happen after enforcement had added a comment to the MJ14 that was approved that it requires an inspection once completed for camera coverage.
Okay.
Okay, then we're,
what that answered to me was there was no inspection when the temporary approval was granted. You may want to pay attention to that, but basically, yeah, the camera coverage is important, exterior and within the building.
Are you guys operating, are you cultivating inside the building now?
Inside the new building, no.
Okay. Okay, then for license 12783, Buds LLC, cultivate, operating plan change. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We'll have to vote. There you go. Okay, Fire Eater.
Yes.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes, Nicole Christensen with Fire Eater on the line.
Okay. All right, we have a motion for license 13175, Fire Eater, product manufacturer in Soldotna.
Move to approve operating plan for license number 13175.
Miller. All right, so let's see now, what do we got here? Approval of an amendment, 3 products. Go ahead and tell us what this is here, what you're asking us to do real quick.
When we originally submitted our license, we had asked for specific package sizes. We're now asking to be able to package all available sizes in single servings through the full 10 serving packages. We're wanting to add a few flavors to our products, as well as we had originally wanted to make our own in-house juices for the fruity flavored sodas. We've now realized that it's going to be a much more consistent product if we're using a commercially made concentrate or flavoring to begin with. When we start actually making the soda syrup for the bases, it's going to be a lot more consistent there. We're also asking with our candies and marshmallows to be able to use a freeze drying process on them, which is going to help provide a little bit better preservation and stability, especially through the warm summer months, so that they don't stick together as we found they did this spring or last summer.
Okay, you use the term, you say, for the marshmallows and the candies. We'd like to test multi-flavor batch for sale. That's, you mean as in test as in marketing? Or are you talking about sending a multi-flavor batch to the laboratory?
For laboratory testing. At the moment, we're testing every flavor individually. We're wanting the option to be able to put a multi-flavor batch out to market and say, you can buy a package that's got 2 or 3 flavors in it. Yeah. And we're figuring that would be tested together. So we're trying to get the approval to send a batch of multiple flavors of candy to testing together to be able to get just a general overall test for those flavors.
Yeah, I think it kind of makes sense, which means you'll be segregating the rest of it. So you got 3 flavors that you're batching up, and you'll just keep the balance of those 3 flavors ready to. Well, you're gonna mix it all up before you take a sample for testing, right? You're gonna make a multi-flavor batch, which will be a combination.
Make another one.
And then you'll send that representative sample out to test.
Correct.
All right. And like what we didn't approve multi-flavor marshmallows.
We did not.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, good. No, that's great. Folks, can you please mute your phones, please? Okay. And same thing as the Advent candies. Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
On the soda, they said that they wanted to swap house-made juices for commercially produced juices and flavors. They mentioned cola, cherry cola, energy drink. And I would assume that if the soda is house-made juices, we would have approved that without questioning whether it was an adulterated product. If they're using commercial, and I understand that some commercials put out concentrates, but I don't know if you go to the grocery store and buy iced tea orange juice concentrate and take it back and mix up a batch and add some marijuana distillate to it, and then put it out as adulterated orange juice or whatever. I don't know how to interpret that as whether or not it's an adulterated product or not. If they got a bottle of lemonade, half chewing distillate, half that bottle, label it as adulterated. But I'm not sure how to look at this that it's not adulterated if they're using a commercial use product. So, could you explain to me what you mean by commercially produced juices? How are you going to...
I can't hear anything that's going on. I'm getting a lot of static.
Okay, folks, please mute your phones. We're trying to hear from a licensee. Okay? Did you catch that question?
I haven't heard, the last 2 or 3 minutes, so I'm getting a lot of static.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm having something to say. Let's hang up the call. Yeah, we're going to hang up. We're going to go ahead and call back.
Okay.
Welcome to the GCI conference. Thank you. Please stand by. If you are the chairperson, press the star key now. You will now be placed into conference. There are 10 participants in the conference.
Jones's question?
I did not.
Okay, he's wondering, could you tell us what you mean by commercially available juices, right? To make your drinks with. Mr. Jones, go ahead and ask the question again.
My question is, if you make your own juices, I'm sure we could approve that. If you're buying commercially produced juices, just adding a distillate, we've generally determined that that's like an adulterated product. And so I was just curious, when you mentioned flavorings, you mentioned cherry cola. I think cola is a copyright name. You mentioned cola. You mentioned energy drink. So what exactly are you going to be purchasing?
How are you? Good. Yeah.
Ma'am, can you please mute your phone?
Okay, go ahead.
Cola itself isn't copyrighted. There's many places that use the cola. Brand names like Coke and CR. We've actually removed the energy drink from this because we're going to submit it as a separate product. And we're not going out and saying, I'm going to buy a bottle of juice, add it, put in. With the sodas, you can buy a commercial flavoring that you have to add your carbonation, you have to add your other ingredients to it, and that's what we're looking for. Is we're going to, instead of getting a bunch of oranges and juicing them, or a bunch of strawberries and juicing them, is buying a strawberry flavored concentrate or a pineapple flavored concentrate to start with, and adding into the cannabis concentrate, going through the carbonation process, all of the information, all of those details to be able to bring it up to an actual soda from that. It'd be like no different than using a different type of flavoring as if we were doing a soda, one of the other sodas.
And that's similar to like SodaStream that you can buy at Fred Meyer's or something?
Sort of. Yeah, your soda flavoring.
And we've got a lot of.
These are going to be the commercially produced stuff, the same things, you know, McDonald's gets their soda flavors from somewhere. So
Yeah,
we're looking to get the same kind of commercially produced base stuff to be able to build off of.
Thanks. Yeah, we've approved a lot of products. And a lot of beverages, and people are not, mixing up the beverage from scratch. So I don't think adding a juice concentrate is any more adulterated than adding, nuts to a candy, or adding, hash oil to honey. I think we have plenty of precedent here. I think our discussion about adulteration has been, spraying on to an existing foodstuff, something that looks very off the shelf. And this is the juice concentrate is a base to the end product, at least in my view.
Okay.
So, any other questions on Fire Eater? Okay, then for license 13175 Fire Eater, marijuana product facility in Soldotna, operating plan change. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that's 4-1. Mr. Jones in opposition. Yeah, so there you go.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. Extracted Laboratories.
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
All right. Good afternoon. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, let's get a motion. Is there a motion for license 13249 Extracted Laboratories, marijuana product facility until Keaton operating plan change?
Move to approve the operating plan change for license number 13249.
Second. Mr. Miller. Okay, go right ahead.
I'm Sam Benson, one of the owners.
I'm Christina Tercine, one of the owner as well.
Dana Lopine, attorney.
Okay, so what do we got here?
We're just adding some equipment to our list, some different filtration media, updating some different packaging, and then changing some ingredients on a few of our edibles.
Okay, what are you changing in your edibles?
Just basic ingredients like we're updating some packaging and labeling, and then the ingredients that we're changing is really just some different formulations. We haven't made the gummies yet at production, so we just want to refine the ingredients list to what we'll actually bring to market.
And so one of the main changes on this is they had a licensing agreement with Ganja Grinds that the Attorney General at the time approved, but they're actually not going to do that licensing agreement. They came up with their own brand, and so they're changing that that line of products. So that's the Royal Mountain Royal Mountain Edibles line up there. So that's not a licensing agreement. That's their IP that they came up with.
Okay, so you're not changing the base ingredients?
No, it'll still just be a distillate infused beverage.
Okay. All right. So this is the coffee and the tea and
an apple cider, yeah.
Okay, and okay. Any questions about this? Not seeing any, not hearing any. Going once, going twice. Okay, so for license 13249, Extracted Laboratories, Intel Keaton, product manufacturing, operating plan change. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, got 5-0. There you go.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Let's jump back for a second. Is Glacier? I'm going to turn the phone on.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Okay, we're looking for Danish Gardens and Glacier Bay Farms. Are either one of you online? Danish Gardens? Oh, okay, Glacier Bay Farms, Dane. Okay, not hearing them. All right, where are you?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Dan Brower with Chunky Farms in Fairbanks,
The AMCO board.
Right, I wasn't able to get on the call yesterday because my flight, and so.
Oh yeah, you're the guy coming back from Prudhoe.
Right, exactly.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, what was your outfit again?
I didn't even know.
Chunky Farms LLC,
okay. Right.
And it's license number 13627.
Yeah, give us a second here. Let me get back to you. Yeah, no, thank you for jumping in. I said I was going to.
I didn't want to interrupt you because I know you sound very busy.
But you're in delegated. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you're in delegated status.
I'll never say another word.
Pardon me. Go ahead and tell us what's going on.
All right. On November 18th of last year, I received my fire marshal permit.
Hey, hold on one second. Folks, please mute your phones. Here's a big conversation in the background. We're trying to talk licensees. Please mute your phones. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, on November 18th of last year, I received my fire marshal permit, my plan review, and I've got that number if you're interested. But we're working hot and heavy on this, and I'm hoping that we can schedule our final inspection for a month or two, but definitely before the next Marijuana Control Board meeting.
Okay, first rate. Thank you. That's all we needed to hear.
Okay, great. Well,
right,
thank you so much, and thanks for being understanding. All right.
Yeah, you bet. All right, good luck.
Bye.
Okay, and Danish Gardens, you out there? Okay, Glacier Bay Farms. Okay, not hearing either one of them. At some point, so I'm going to move to table them, I don't know. Okay, Midnight Sun Manufacturing in Willow.
Hello, Janet Waltzine from Midnight Sun Manufacturing. And Phil is traveling, but he might be on the phone. He said he was going to try to call in. So Phil Schneider, licensee, should be on the phone.
Okay, Mr. Schneider, you out there?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Let's get a motion. Is there a motion for license 13424 Midnight Sun
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
for operating plan change?
Move to approve the operating plan change for license number 13424 Midnight Sun Manufacturing.
Schulte, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Miller. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this is a amendment to an approved product that was an infused, it was actually the first infused pre-roll you ever approved, and it was in collaboration with 2 licensees. But they're going to do their own thing now, and so we're just changing the name from Boom Blunts to Midnight Sun Infused. But we also are adding, separating the products into 2 products because it will also be marketed generically as cannabis concentrate pre-rolls. And so I know you're going to have a lot of questions about that, but the reason we did that is because enforcement, we feel the feedback from enforcement is they like it to get the name actually approved with the product so they can add it to their spreadsheet so there's no confusion. So that's what we did here. So we got 1 product, name change, turn it into 2 products with 2 different names, but it's the same product.
Okay, the cannabis, are any, you can wholesale these like the cannabis concentrate pre-rolls, you going to be sending those out for private label?
Well, so that could be that could actually be why we do that. We send 50 pre-rolls to a retail that doesn't want all the branding and the extra stuff, or maybe they want to package their own variety packs or whatnot. So that's the option.
Okay. Okay, any questions? Not hearing any. License 13424 Midnight Sun Manufacturing, marijuana private facility in Willow, operating plan change. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, Polychrome Grass.
Janet Waltzine, attorney for Polychrome Grass, and Nate, the licensee, or one of the licensees, is on the phone.
Okay, let's get a motion for license 15557.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Move to approve.
Okay, moved by Mr. Schulte. There's a second. Second by Mr. Miller. All right. What do you got going on here?
We're reducing the area. It's a limited cultivation, and we're reducing the area under cultivation. And Nat, are you on the phone?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. And was this a fire marshal request?
No, it's just that our we just want to make sure that we have enough walkway.
Okay, yeah. So this is just to increase the walkways between the tables because it was pretty tight. In theory it looked right, but in concept they realized the walkways are too small, so they're reducing the cultivation space and widening the walkways.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Since this is a limited cultivation anyway, and they're supposed to be under 500 feet of canopy space, why limit it change to say you're only going to have a canopy space of 300 instead of 400?
Because we were required to.
On some days you might have 400, and some days you might have 450, and some days you might have 350 if you had a failed crop, but why limit yourself?
Well, because we had to submit an operating plan, or MJ14, right? And Nat, correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is when we submitted that, staff said, well, those calculations in section 4.1 changed, so you need to update those calculations via an MJ15. Nat, am I correct on that?
Yes, and the actual rack that we were looking at in original operating plan is actually bigger than the actual rack that we are using on the update version. So that's where the size came down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I would echo Mr. Jones's comment. Was it really necessary to go through this step if you're just the limited grow already? You're just reducing the amount under canopy. Was that a request from enforcement, or?
Nate, my recollection was a request from staff, but I could be wrong.
I'm sorry. What was the question again?
They were asking if we were requested to make this change from staff, and without my emails here, I believe we were, and I think we were.
Yeah, no, it's just that the original plan we submitted and the actual when we're implementing it, it's just we just send in to update and make sure that our cultivating plan is up to date with what we actually doing.
It sounds like they just want to make sure they were completely.
Okay, so you're just doing this on your own accord. Nobody asked you to resubmit this.
No.
And he would be the one that would have the correct answer, and he says no.
All right, but I also believe that if enforcement went out there and his original application showed 10 tables and there was 8, they would have a problem with that. So they are changing table sizes, they're reducing it, it is changing their floor plan. So I just want to make sure everyone understands, just because you're limited cultivation, you still can't really lower your canopy square footage if you're removing tables and things like that.
Oh, okay.
The drawings are very specific. I mean, they want to know where this stuff is.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting a thumbs up from the investigator over there in the corner.
Did the right thing.
All right.
Good.
Okay. Then with that, any more questions? Okay. Then for license 155557, motion to approve polychrome grass, limited cultivation, Fairbanks, operating plan change. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. 5-0. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, Arctic Bakery.
Janet Weltzine, counsel.
Dave Lanning, general manager.
Okay, we get a motion.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Bakery, operating plan change.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Schulte, there, second. Second by Mr. Miller. Go ahead, please.
So our MJ05s, we're requesting packaging changes for our chocolates that we've already had approved. And so these will include going from boxes to pouches, and then with some new graphics.
By pouches, you're talking about Mylar?
Mylar bags.
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
And that's it. That's
it for this part. We've got some new products coming up later in the meeting.
All right. Any questions?
And he has uninfused samples with him of just chocolates if you're interested. I wanted to try.
Maybe later.
Okay.
You were wondering what I was passing out earlier.
They're uninfused.
As long as you're passing them out and people aren't passing out. All right. Okay. For Arctic Bakery, license 16006, private facility in Fairbanks, operating plan change. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Sweet Matanuska Green.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Okay, is Sweet Matanuska Green on the line?
Janet Weltzine, attorney for Sweet Matanuska Green. And Tony's on the phone, too.
All right. Okay, could we get a motion for Sweet Matanuska Green, license 17105, limited cultivation in Wasilla, operating plan change?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Mr. Schulte, there, second by Mr. Miller. Okay, go ahead, Jenna.
So basically what Tony's trying to do in this is just make his operating plan more specific to what he's actually doing. So he changed all references to a specific security company to refer to a third-party security company, and that allows them to hire a company that works for them, and that's just a business choice. And so Section 3.13 removes the same reference to just, a specific company to a third-party security company. And then Section 3.14, recording equipment and footage will be stored in a locked security office, and we have removed the reinforced steel door to the office, so it's an open area. But it's still...
But the security equipment is locked in its own
Correct.
box. Okay.
Correct. There's just no steel door.
There's no change to where it was going. Okay. All right. Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
That's what was confusing to me, still is. It says locked security office, and we've removed the reinforced steel door. we have an open office area. And I guess, how can you have a locked security office?
69176.
Because there's no diagram here, so they, yeah?
Oh, it's just referring to lock, and Tony, jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're just referring to lock secured, cabinet in the office is what we meant there.
I mean, because basically it says locked security office.
Yeah.
We have an open office area and we removed the steel door. That
Well,
didn't
but the
sound
whole-
like a locked security office
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, I think we just missed the cabinet.
Okay.
Then I want this approval with some, delegations so that gets cleared up for inspectors to know what they're looking for when they go in there.
Yeah, revised MJ14 probably just to show, there's a, huh? Don't need that?
No, it's just a delegation that it's a cabinet, lost cabinet, I believe.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones was talking.
All right, then with delegation. Okay, then for license 17105, Sweet Matanuska Green, limited cultivate in Wasilla, operating plan change with delegation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0, and there you go. Okay, Tufted Puffin in Seward.
Dana Wellstein, attorney for the Tufted Puffin, and Randy Wells should be on the phone.
I am.
Good afternoon.
Good
We
afternoon.
have a motion for license 17758 Tufted Puffin Retail in Seward.
License number 17758.
License 7758.
Move to approve.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Miller. All right. So what do we got here?
So can I ask a question?
Go right ahead.
I thought that we decided that, pre-rolls was packaging and require specific approval.
And I think that's true for cultivation.
True for retail as well.
So, I mean, that's not the input we got when we sent it in to staff.
I can tell you with certainty that we had many hour discussion about pre-rolls, and pre-rolls are not a product, it's a packaging. So retail stores are allowed to package marijuana. So I don't support approving operating plan change because it's not required. They can package marijuana in their retail store. So that's my take on it.
Well, I would say you guys have gone back and forth on that, and so I would support that position, but it's not necessarily clear to licensees, and so a lot of licensees are just really trying to remain compliant, and so that's what their request is.
I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I do know that we have talked about this in depth in the past, and we've told retailers that it's packaging, and we have retailers who are packaging it today that is not specifically lined out in their operational plans, and by approving this, we may be affecting a lot of people in a negative manner.
Yes, it kind of sets a contradictory precedent. I wonder, do we have yet a sort of a FAQ section?
No, and that's the problem is there's so much back and forth about this issue before, and we don't really have a clear guidance on it, and so if you aren't going to approve it, I'd obviously request a refund because this was something that we submitted that no one said you don't need it, and if we don't need it, that's great. I would support that.
Well, I'm all for simplifying the process. I mean, if there's nothing to be gained by it, then it's a hoop that we shouldn't have them jump through.
If it was determined in the past, I agree.
And we did, and
Or just add it to the facts, the question, really ask questions, because that would be helpful.
Could you remind us of that?
I can try.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I can try.
what's your druthers? You want to move to waive this and refund them their money?
Do we waive it or table it? And
Well, I would withdraw it and ask for a refund.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think for the record, we would state that in the past, we've already determined that making pre-rolls, retailers are packaging marijuana. It is a packaged product. It's a packaging issue. And this application, this operating plan change is not required, so we're not gonna take any action on it. And they can just package marijuana.
Just roll their joint.
Yes.
And that would be good. And so those are one of those, like, bulletin points that we could, as a collective industry, make.
Well, is there any way that the staff can confirm that was discussed in the past and that's what was determined?
We can certainly look into that.
Yeah, a couple of times.
And I'll also make sure that we issue the refund.
Okay.
And please tell your client thank you for being a little over and above
Yeah, I will.
in the way of
And
trying to
he
do it
hears you.
right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Would perhaps be, one more item to add to the list of sort of board positions that are not codified in regulations, but have been established in precedent. And maybe amongst us, we can figure out how to get that documented and made available to all the licensees.
Oh, the first person that invents a AI bot that can go through our minutes will be a billionaire.
Well, if we start now and compile these things, then we'll be better off.
Absolutely. No, there have been numerous opinions expressed by the boards, and essentially, advice given to enforcement. I mean, we've said a lot of things that have, the force of standing. So, okay, all right. J&M Investments in Wasilla. Are you with us?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. She just went through it. Okay, do we have a motion for license 22960 J&M Investments Limited Cultivate in Wasilla operating plan change? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve license 0 J&M Investment.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Schulte. Okay, J&M Investments, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm right here. This is Justin, the manager.
Hi.
Owner.
Okay.
And yeah, do you want me to describe what we're changing here? Is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to get this open. Yeah, please do. I'm having.
Okay, yeah, we were leaving the CO2 option open at the beginning, but we decided to not go ahead and use CO2, so we put in the operating plan change, MJ15, and here we are.
Right.
So we will no longer be using CO2, and that's the only issue I have.
Okay. Then on the motion to approve license 22960 operating plan change for J&M Investments Limited Marijuana Cultivation Facility in Wasilla. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 5-0, there you go.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. All right. I give up on those guys that we tried to get a hold of earlier. Is there a motion to table the renewal of Danish Gardens and a motion to table the operating plan change for Glacier Bay Farms?
So motion.
Okay, there's motion to table, do one at a time. Motion to table license 10310 Danish Gardens renewal. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, table by, motion by Mr. Miller, second by Mr. Schulte. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's table next meeting.
Motion to table.
Glacier Farms.
Glacier Farms, license 12680.
Operating plan change.
Operating plan change.
There's a second.
Second.
Okay. All those
Before we vote.
Yeah, go ahead.
So they have temporary approval. They can continue to approve. We just don't give permanent approval, right?
Think so.
All right.
Okay, all those in favor.
Should we state on the record that it ends after a few months?
They're going to be on the agenda for the next meeting.
And if they don't show up again?
Give that up to the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, all those in favor of the motion to table license 12680 Glacier Bay Farms operating plan change, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. All right. Okay, you guys want to take like 5, just a little 7th inning stretch?
Maybe 10.
There's no coffee shop. Yeah, no coffee shop.
Heater.
Yeah, oh boy. Yeah, and my daughter wants
Very analytical. In early May 2015, 19 long months after that awful night, began. The Pastor Town had rushed to pray for peace. Up to court. No cameras were allowed inside the courtroom. The prosecution came armed with a simple, powerful narrative. Ryan wanted out of her marriage. She shot her husband, who sent him to kill an intruder. My husband in the head. The case against Becky began with a slew of secrets from her personal life. They called to court two men who received explicit texts and pictures from Becky days before the shooting. And this man, a former client of Becky's, came to the stand and testified they had sex the day of the crime. And Woodard said Becky told her about it at the hospital after the shooting. She just openly told me, she said, I had sex with a 29-year-old client this morning, and I have a picture of the private area on my phone. That's not the word she used. And she said, and I feel kind of bad because when I got home, he had made me a tea. And I didn't have a one day.
Probably.
It was the oddest conversation.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode. The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Okay, let's come back to order. Phone's on. Okay, the referees have gone into the video booth and further reviewed minutes concerning the pre-roll issue, and so could you please read those minutes into the record?
To the chair, yes, I may. Yes, I can. On the 2nd of March, or actually, I'm sorry, it was March 7th, 2017. This was the update on the pre-rolled joints issue. Nick Miller states that based upon 3 AAC 306.345 and 470, cultivators and retail stores are allowed to package marijuana for sale to a consumer. He states it should be clarified that nothing can be mixed or included with that marijuana when it is put into the pre-roll. If it is, it would qualify as a product and would have to come before the board for approval from a manufacturer. Brandon Emmett states that he agrees and that pre-rolling is just a form of packaging. Sarah Chambers states that she and the staff support what Nick Miller stated, and she adds that if a facility plans to package their products in this way, that it needs to be in the operating plan. Brandon Emmett asks if the existing businesses would need to amend their operating plans if they would want to pre-roll joints. Sarah Oates states that at the last board meeting, certain members had expressed concern that they had never heard that cultivators and retailers would be packaging in this manner. She states that page 15 of 19 on Form MJ01 could be a place where applicants could indicate that they are intending to do pre-rolling as a form of packaging, if the board wishes. She requests guidance from the board on exactly what it wants the staff to do. Peter, and I do not know how to pronounce his last name.
Peter Larnick.
Thank you. states that for people who already have licenses, they shouldn't have to go back through the process, but they can inform staff when they renew. The board members agree, verbally and by nodding, that going forward, applicants should have in their operating plans under packaging that they are going to be pre-rolling. That was the end of the discussion.
Well, does that clarify it, Mr. Miller? Okay, so it says in the renewal. It doesn't say you got to come in with a in-between operating plan change. So the way I understood that, it said that a licensee may incorporate pre-rolls into their repertoire and put it into their operating plan as an operating plan change at renewal. Is that the way everybody else heard it?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
And perhaps I missed part of the commentary, but if we're going to allow for that change at the time of renewal, then it sort of stands to reason that retailers could make that part of their operating plan at initial application. So new retailers.
That also, yes. Yep.
So, if I may, a question for the director. Would it be, or anybody who cares who chimes in, would it be feasible, desirable, legally permissible, to simply have an FAQ section on AMCO's website, which would be board guidance for licensees, where we could include, things like this, so we'd have one single concise reference point for people to look at. And does anybody see any problem with doing that?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. I can also think that as we move forward, I want to see some more things like that in conjunction with the industry, and have them all so that we're all on the same page as well and giving the same information. So, absolutely.
Would this be an okay time to introduce that?
Make a motion. Make
okay.
A motion anytime
So,
you want.
so, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the director and staff, time permitting, create a section on the website, which would be FAQs, or call it what they will. I would think board guidance for licensees should probably be part of the description, and we can begin that list with guidance on pre-rolls, stipulating that pre-rolls are considered packaging by retailers, period.
Okay, there's a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of directing the staff to put together an FAQ for retailers based on board guidance, particularly on pre-rolls, signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0.
And just for clarification, so when they do their renewal, they'll put their pre-rolls in the renewal, and I'm talking specifically the licensee we just had up here.
Okay, we're moving on to new products. Good LLC with 2. Please come down. We got a motion on license 10165 Good LLC, marijuana product manufacturing Fairbanks for new product.
Move to approve.
Your second.
Second.
Okay, so go right ahead.
My name is Barrett Goodell. I'm the cultivation manager for Good LLC.
Okay, and you got a couple of new products.
2 new products. The only difference is the type of chocolate involved in these. They're both chocolate bars. Okay. 10 servings, 5 milligrams each. Mm-hmm. One is dark chocolate. The other is milk chocolate. There are varying flavors that are listed. The packaging will, of course, list which particular flavor that is. Some images of the packaging, including space for variable data.
Okay, any questions for Good LLC on this product? Mr. Jones? Anything on this one? Guess that's a no. Okay, all those in favor of approving new product, Belgian chocolate and Swiss chocolate for bars, for license 10165 Good LLC in Fairbanks, product manufacturing facility, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0, and there you go.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair Springer, for all your dedication.
Thank you. Okay, RC Tinderbox. Find them on the phone.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Hello, I'm here. This is Chris Usher.
Good afternoon. Hold on one second. Let's get a motion for license 10301 RC Tinderbox, Anchorage Concentrate Manufacturing Facility, new product. Move to approve. Moved by Mr. Schulte, there, second.
Second.
By Mr. Miller. Okay, go ahead. You've got...
This is not a new product. These are products that were already approved. What we're asking for is packaging and branding of our existing. The shatter, the oil, and the rosin have already been approved. We're just doing a blister pack rather than the Mylar bag. And also to be able to do white labeling for GNC as well, which as you see in the exhibit there.
White labeling
So it's,
for what?
GNC, on the labeling of our
oh, Great Northern Cannabis. Okay, yeah.
See that.
Drugstore? Well, yeah, you are a drugstore, but
I'm glad it wasn't just me, because I thought that too. I'm like, wow, where did we go? How did we get here?
All right. Any questions about these three products, the new packaging, new labeling? Okay, all those in favor of the new product amendment, really, for RC Tinderbox License 10301, Concentrate Manufacturer in Anchorage, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 5-0, and there you go.
I also wanted to thank you, Mr. Springer, for all your hard work. Thank you very much. You've been a pleasure to deal with.
Thanks an awful lot. Appreciate that.
You bet.
Okay, Lady Gray Medibles. And this is license 12254. There a motion to approve their product approval of 2-3 products, huh?
Move to approve.
All right. All right. Moved by Mr. Schulte, second by Mr. Miller. I guess. Oh, this was your typing. Where's this 2-3 products? Okay. Don't worry about it. You're probably working late. Okay. Go ahead, Jana.
Jana Wilson, attorney for Lady Gray Gourmet Medibles, and Tasha Grosso is on the phone.
Okay, so you got olive oil.
She's there. Tasha, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, right. Now I can hear you.
Great.
Okay, so the olive oil is a base product for you to use, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
Yep, and drizzling MCT. What's MCT?
Go ahead, Tasha.
Fractionated coconut oil, so it stays liquid no matter the temperature.
And is this are you going to have plants inside of your bottles?
No, sir. That was just for the picture. We'll be using organic and natural flavor extract.
Okay, it's going to be in these little bottles.
For the oils. Uh-huh.
Okay, and this is what, the salad dressing? Is that what this is?
It could be. We'll have a sweeter version like with vanilla, and then we'll have some more herbally versions. So depending on the sweet, you could be using smoothies, and the herbally ones you could use in almost anything.
Okay, and this is, it says, best stored in the refrigerator until ready to enjoy.
Yes.
This is a refrigerable product.
Yes, and it can be stored in the freezer as well.
And THC garlic herb spread. This is also going to be, this be refrigerable also?
Yeah. Or freezer.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
On the olive oil, you said you were going to use that for in-house. The THC drizzling, you say you're going to be using cannabis coconut oil. Is that already an approved product, or are you purchasing that?
Yes, sir. No, it's an approved product.
Okay. And then for the garlic and herb spread, you're going to use your cannabis olive oil or cannabis butter. So is cannabis butter also an approved prior product?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
Any other questions? Not hearing any. All those in favor of approving 2 new products for license 12254, Lady Grey Gourmet Medibles, product manufacturing facility in Soldotna. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hey, 5-0, and there you go.
Thank you.
All right, Royal
Thank you.
Extracted Laboratories. I'm talking too fast. It's only 3 o'clock. One new product will bless your hearts, and I don't mean that in a southern sense.
It's our new infused joint.
Okay.
So pretty typical.
Is there a
previous
motion
product.
for approving new product for license 13249, Extracted Laboratories, product manufacturing facility in Talkeetna?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Schulte.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miller. So what are you infusing it with? Refined Alaska Loud resin?
Basically we apply
Or
it
Northwest Concentrates, or Refined Alaska Distillate, or Refined Alaska Cannabinoid Isolate.
our current approved concentrate.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
In the past, we have tried to figure out how to test an infused product like this. And it's been, basically, we weren't sure. And so I think what we have asked was that each product be part of the label, so that if they're rolling in keef, the keef has been tested and their test results are on the label. If they are also adding a distillate liquid via needle in the thing, they have to list that too. And so I just want to make sure as part of the delegation that, the actual final label, that we know that they're aware of that. And so if they're adding 2 other products to the bud and flower, that they have to add those to the label, what the brand is, when it was tested, who tested it, so that the consumer knows that each of the products that have been now combined have been tested.
Yeah.
Because you can't really test the final product.
Right.
Actually, we were proposing that that you do test the final product, that the final product is given to the testing lab and they grind it up and homogenize it and run it through their testing machine. That's actually what this licensee would like to do.
Is that going to give you consistency? I mean, how many joints are you going to make in one run? I mean, right, it's a mechanical process. You go at it all day and night and have one batch that's 10,000 joints.
We usually do about a pound, probably.
Really?
So
Okay.
about 400 joints. There'll be 0.7 grams of flour in there, so it'll be a little bit more than the gram weight per pound.
Okay, so but you guys are willing to send out representative samples of that 1 pound run to be tested?
Yeah, absolutely. It's what we do with our other concentrates, where
Okay.
we combine the concentrates. We send out that sample to be homogenized and tested, as opposed to 2 individual test results.
Yeah, it's almost the same question that you had earlier about the Enlighten product that had a distillate oil and then like a diamond and merged together, and it was going to be sauce. And you said, is the final product going to be tested? And the answer to that is yes. And so that's the same concept here, is what they would like to do, which I recognize is different than what you previously.
But we were concerned. I mean, when you had a product, when I think some of the manufacturers of these were going to take a liquid and a hypodermic needle and sort of put it into the joint and draw it out. While they're putting stuff in, it'll be uneven. How would they do it in each case? I think we settled on, rather than testing that product, was that all of that would be on a label.
We'd be happy to test it however the board prefers.
I don't know what would be best. I know that was a solution, because the other manufacturers have said it can't be tested, when you're doing all of that. So if you think that sending out, 10 joints out of 400 is going to give you, the test results, I don't know. I'm not a tester or a scientist. I just know that in the past, what we have asked for is that each product that's put together, especially in a pre-roll, that may be different than adding 2 concentrates together and, that kind of thing. But where you're talking about maybe a liquid add it into, a keef, rolled, and the joint's got the flour in it, and then you roll the keef on the outside, and then you soak it in something, and so we had just asked that it be labeled so that each of the products were tested. The distillate was tested, the keef had been tested, the bud and flour had been tested, so if you lay those all out on the label, then the consumer knows what's in there. So, and I didn't see that on the label, so that's why I was just bringing that up.
I mean, so the way you're describing is easier than what they were going to do. They were going to test each individual, the concentrate separately, and the flour would be tested already because it would be transported to them, and then they were going to retest the whole thing. So the way you're describing it actually sounds cheaper. Yeah, so we'll go that way.
I mean, it seems to me that's sort of what we had decided on in the past is the easiest for both the manufacturer and for the ultimate consumer to sort of know what's in the product is to have those three things labeled. So.
I'm just, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So, if I understand correctly, you're suggesting that the flour would be tested, and then the keef potentially would be tested separately, and then the label would include some narrative about the testing results separately for both the flour and the keef?
And that was actually the only thing they wanted to avoid, so that's why they were going to retest it all into one product and give one set of numbers, but they can do it either way, whichever way you want.
It makes more sense to me to test the final product. Because, first of all, if you got all that information on the label, I'm not sure that it's really helpful or meaningful to the consumer. What would be meaningful is to be able to look at the final product that they're going to consume and say, okay, here's the THC content, and yes, it has been tested. Now, the risk for you guys is if either the flour or the keef has been somehow contaminated, and then the combined product fails, and you don't know which product was the problem. So that's the risk for you guys.
I guess we're not going to use keef. It'll be just flour that we get, and then our oil that we've already had that's passed.
And that stuff's already tested.
Yeah, so
you're going to be taking
we'll be starting
with
two past
ingredients and putting them
combining
together, and then testing it again. That's what you're saying.
To provide the customer with the most information.
Well, that makes the most sense rather than cluttering up the labeling with all this extraneous information, which honestly isn't going to help them evaluate the product anyway.
And Metric's got all the lots and test results for the individual components anyway, so it's traceable 100%. So, gonna a couple more bucks for you, but.
It is what they wanted to do.
Yeah, no, that's good. I mean, that's how you market the stuff.
I would also mention that during the process of creating the pre-roll, if something had gone wrong, it was exposed to heat or whatnot, the final test results would then show that as well, rather than having the previous two products tested and then having that mixed and that issue not coming up because you're showing the two individual ones. So I can see just health and safety-wise, like that final product being tested again. Makes sense. That's why I think we thought of it that way initially.
Sure. Okay, any more questions on the
pre-roll? I guess, Mr. Chair, I guess it's sort of unclear. I don't know if in here it talks about when they're going to do the testing, but there's a lot of pre-rolls out there that have been soaked in a distillate or have been rolled in keef or
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Don't bother testing the final product because testing labs and the manufacturers say they can't do that, and so we allow them. So if this manufacturer is going to test the end results, then I would like to see that written in here so that we know they're doing it differently than we have approved for other products that are going to look exactly the same on the market. So if manufacturers here get into Nick's place, he's not looking for the label to describe that like he might have for 2 or 3 other products he may carry from other manufacturers.
Okay, so
the delegation, just to clarify, the delegation would be to add to this MJ16, test the final product. Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be good to have it verbally in or written in there so that we understand. So if the inspectors go out and they're looking at this pre-roll and it's got 3 different products and the labels and all the test results from those 3 products, and this one looks the same and has 1 test result, that they're not looking for it to be different. They'll know in the operating plan for that product that that single product was tested.
Okay, so we know what we're voting on? Okay, so for license number 13249, Extracted Laboratories, marijuana product manufacturing facility, Intel Keaton, and new product approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0, and there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, Cold Creek Extracts. Cool, you got your client on the line? Okay, can turn the phone back on.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
I'm here, Kate Ensko, Cold Creek Extracts.
All right, real good. Okay, so for license 15594, Cold Creek Extracts, marijuana product manufacturing facility, 2 new products. Is there a motion?
To the chair, can you put it on mute, and if my attorney needs me,
Sure.
you guys can unmute it. Somebody's got hold music.
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
Counselor?
I'm Jason Brandeis. I'm the attorney for Cold Creek Extracts. There are 2 new products here. One is called Dab Tabs, and the other is a tincture. And do you want me to kind of run through them, or do you have any specific questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I guess I just quite wondered whether this was a marketing or whether there was some medical reason that would be an issue. But on the labeling, it talks about nighttime and daytime, but it's exactly the same product. So I'm curious why you put on a label that this product is exactly the same, but this bottle is nighttime and that bottle is daytime if they're exactly the same product.
Well, it's the same product, but it's a different combination of ingredients. So perhaps a different strain, an indica versus a sativa, or chamomile versus ginger or turmeric. So that's why we have the 2 different labels, and there's sort of 2 different approaches to marketing.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, so a lot of people, will take a drop or 2 at bedtime, and they'd probably want an indica for that. And other people take a drop in daytime and looking for a sativa there. So it is.
I guess, Mr. Chair, I struggle with that. If it's one thing to say this is lemon flavored versus that's chocolate flavored versus that's raspberry or root beer, and we approved 15 different labels.
Yeah.
But this particular label would be getting pretty close to quote advice, whether it's medical or not. If in fact it's saying that we're going to produce this tincture with this strain and we're going to label it night, and we're going to use a totally different strain and or product, and this is daytime. I mean, is that really 2 products? I'm not going to argue it. I just think it's just in the labeling, it's bordering on giving some advice, and I'm not sure that, but I assume that probably sophisticated users might understand this.
Yeah, they
certainly
I
I wouldn't.
I think they would. I mean, there's a significant difference between indicia and
I'm glad
sativa.
you know that.
And so this is the name of the product, right? Nighttime and daytime, right?
Well, the product is the cannabis tincture.
Cannabis tincture, yeah.
And then I think the nighttime, daytime refers again to sort of like the strain that's used, the blend of herbs and flavorings. So I would say that's more of like a flavor or a name rather than 2 different products. Yeah. But also, Mr. Ensko contacted me and he told me he'd like to address this if that's okay. If we could unmute the line for him.
Yeah, you bet.
The conference is no longer in listen-only mode.
Okay, go ahead, Kate.
Hi there. Yeah, it's exactly the same as saying it's an indica or sativa blend. You look at our list of ingredients. There's certain ingredients in there that modulate cannabinoids to make you more sleepy or to activate and stimulate you more. That's all it is. It's a daytime blend. It'll not put you to sleep, and one that'll make you a little more drowsy. We can make it say indica or sativa blend if that makes you feel better.
I mean, personally, I think the consumers that will be purchasing this will know what they're purchasing. You know, people aren't going to.
I completely agree.
Yeah, and I don't, you know, and you know me, I've been all over, you know, medical reference and everything else all the time, and this doesn't bother me a bit.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? And your points are, as always, Mr. Jones, very well taken. So for license 15594 Coal Creek Extracts, product manufacturer in Anchorage, 2 new products. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that's 4-1. But there you go anyway. Thank you. All right, Arctic Bakery.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Don't tell us we had to go into executive session for this. Okay. All right, for license 16006 Arctic Bakery, new product, Fairbanks manufacturer. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
This is Dave Lanning, General Manager, Arctic Bakery.
Jan Wilson, attorney.
What do we got here?
So we should have 5 or 6 new products.
It says 8.
8? Well, some of them came from September. I don't mean anything by that. It's just, that's why we have so many. So we have some new chocolate flavors, which are pretty much standard. We would have included them in the MJ17, or the MJ05, but they're new products, so they appropriately come in an MJ16. Same thing though, chocolate, tempered flavors in the new pouch, in the new bags. We have a new Canacaps product that will be in a dube tube with a new clear label, a new brand, Arctic Ice Caps. That'll be edible, 5 milligrams each, 50 max. What else do we have? And then we have some oil products, distillate in a cartridge. We're labeling that as Arctic Honey, and we also have a new distillate in a cap, in a cartridge. We're going to call that Arctic Honey Distil 8. And so the difference between those two is the, and they both have a little small percentage of terpene.
The conference is now in listen-only mode.
So the difference between the two is the D9, which is a typical a Delta 9 THC. That's standard comparative to virtually every cartridge out. Our distillate 8 is composed primarily of Delta 8, which I'll talk about in a second, but there'll also be a little Delta 9 in there. And so the MJ16 talks a little bit about a process for creating that. I'll give you a little bit of Delta 8 background if you don't mind. So Delta 8 is a natural cannabinoid. It's a little different than Delta 9 in that it's a much lower psychoactivity to it, which we like because I think sometimes customers, especially in Alaska, tend to go for just a high, and I don't necessarily believe that's the appropriate way to do marijuana. So we think this is a good product for the market and for the public and us. And so Delta 8 is a little less psychoactive because one, it affects both the CB1 receptors, which is the psychoactive part, but also the CB2 reactors, or what's the word I want here? Receptors, excuse me, in your internal organs, and so it acts like both THC and CBD taken together. So not only is it thus not as psychoactive, but because it reacts in both places at once, some of this Delta 8 is not get to your brain, it gets to your internal organs. Delta 8 is not specifically regulated in the regulations. So when the reporting of any of the constituents of a joint or oil or everything. They specifically mentioned Delta 9. Delta 8 is arguably mentioned as a psychoactive portion, which is specifically called out, but it's kind of a left-handed reference to being regulated. We didn't really want to argue the point. As far as we're concerned, it's regulated, and so we're applying for this way.
Where's the proprietary ingredient come in?
Well, I'm getting to that. I just felt fairly confident that the board wasn't really familiar with how this was different, and so that question is a different question than the proprietary process we use. So we didn't set out to create this. Canatest found it in one of our R&D products. And so we worked on developing a process that would give us a bigger percentage of it compared to THC9. And so we get a pretty good percentage in our final distillate product. I think it's like 60 or 70%, and maybe 5 to 10% THC. But it takes it takes a little extra processing in the distillation. And so if you'd like to talk about that, I can talk a little bit about that. But there is no product we add to it that ends up in the distillate final product, other than the distillate itself, which is a modified THC.
So your packet has a confidential version of this, and then there's a public version. So the confidential version has a description of the process that Dave's talking about. So if you have any specific questions about that, I would request we go into brief executive session to protect that portion.
So really, it's not that this is a exceptionally complicated process. It's just that the market is really tight, and we'd like to have a little advantage on this before everybody else figures it out.
Yeah, no, that's
let them do their own.
You're not the first one to come in with.
No, someone else. Yeah, I think Will's World produces it as well.
Okay. So how many candies you got? You got some.
I think we have 2 new ones, orange and raspberry.
Okay. You got no chocolates?
No, we have Arctic Ice Caps, Arctic Jellies, Northern Stars, Dark Chocolate Orange, Northern Stars, Dark Chocolate Raspberry.
Yeah, so actually the D9 is the only new concentrate, right? That's on here.
No, the distillate 8 is also, and I don't know why it's not on this list.
There's a confidential memo that it's not on this list.
I'm trying to find the confidential memo. Not seeing it.
I just assumed you had a confidential memo because it says right here, includes a confidential and non-confidential version.
I don't believe that when we've had people come in and say, look, I've got a proprietary process I want to use, that we've really made them have to show it to us.
Oh, well, it is shown to you, and it says on the on the agenda.
We've given you an MJ16.
It's like in a secure compartmented facility because we can't find it.
You found it, Bruce?
You did? Where?
Under MCB meeting.
Yeah.
New marijuana product.
All right.
It was
Vegas. So,
there you go. Yeah,
MCB meeting.
Nobody got that reference.
What?
Anybody read Hitchhiker's Guide to...
Wait a minute. Draft tabs. Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
It's virtually the same as the Delta 9 cartridge and the packaging and everything, except that there's a slightly different process to create it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we felt it was appropriate to have a separate product.
You're not running it through a particle accelerator or nothing, so. Okay. All right. So are there any questions about any of these products? Ms. Jones? Okay. Yeah. All right, then, Silveradic Bakery, license 16006, marijuana product manufacturing facility in Fairbanks, 8 new products. All those in favor of approving, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 5-0, and there you go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, which brings
thank
us
you.
to regulations. And now we will lean heavily on staff. What the heck? You need a new IT guy, man. This is getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. Jeez. Can't get nothing to open on it. I'm gonna restart this thing. Shoot.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Oh, you're gonna restart?
Yeah, I'm gonna I can't get nothing to open up. So so staff recommendations. Oh no, it's working. I'm just letting it restart because it.
All right. Look over my shoulder.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So director, staff recommendations.
All righty. This particular memo attached is a proposed draft of recommended amendments, additions to regulations for consideration by the board. These recommendations were developed after seeing the need for mitigations to potential issues regarding the safety of the public as it pertains to marijuana and marijuana product safety. The recommended changes are as follows. 3 AAC 306.800 adds a provision to allow administrative hold, what we're saying is seizure in place, of marijuana or marijuana product by the director, an enforcement agent, an employee of the board, or a peace officer acting in an official capacity. 3 AAC 306.830, seizure of marijuana or marijuana product is repealed and readopted to add the provisions regarding an administrative hold. 3 AAC 306.990B adds the definition of, quote, probable cause, which is used in the new language of 3 AAC 306.830. Please consider opening a regulations project and amend or send out to the public, out to the draft for the public comment. What that basically means is that when I came on, we had a couple of instances, one in particular, where because of public health and with the help of the industry, items were put on basically what I kept being told was administrative hold. So when I went to look to see where administrative hold was in the regulations, I found it didn't exist. And that brought a conversation as to making sure that we look at doing something in the regulations. I've talked earlier about having a feather or a hammer, and I saw administrative hold as being one of those middle ground, one of those things that if there's a problem, if Director Klinkart walks into a place and somebody's spraying gasoline on plants, I want to stop. And I want to be able to say that needs to be on hold in any products that were made from it to protect you, protect the public. On the other hand, it is a seizure. So one of the other things is to add the idea of what's the process, so that if Director Klinkart goes a little crazy and decides to put all your stuff on administrative hold just because he feels like it, then we have to have a process so that you can say, well, board, that's not good. So this is to add the idea of seizure in place, and I'm thinking of things like plants, things that have to be cared for. Because what happens if crazy Director Klinkart says, we're going to seize that? If we physically seize it, the plant dies. If we put it on a hold, then it can be cared for, it can be taken care of, and if the tests come back 0, or it was not gasoline, it was, something else, and it was perfectly okay, then the only thing is a little loss of time. So I tried to craft this with the help of the staff. My intention wasn't to create more things for the enforcement guys to do to bring down on people. This was to create other options, as well as give licensees the ability to say there's a process to be able to also argue your point. So hopefully I got as close as possible, but I'm really interested in getting the feedback so that we can have a process that does work, that is fair, but also allows us to keep people safe while we figure out what's going on. That was the intention. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Lord,
Chair?
Go ahead.
2 questions. One is, I realize that we probably don't have necessarily an administrative hold on retail products, because I think at times we have physically taken the product. And I'm thinking the one I'm thinking of is some of the initial seizures that went to court and there was a settlement around CBD oil and, coming from some other state. I still have some questions. I don't know that the Director of Agriculture answered all of them, and I didn't ask them, but I still have questions about whether or not any of the CBD oil currently in Alaska is legal and what we're not doing about enforcing it. But that can't be my concern any longer. But we have had sort of administrative hold as a policy of the board on cultivation because we knew, as you said, if we took the plant, it would die. We're not farmers. And we've done that several times where we've had, that's a pretty easy thing to track. If we were to use hold in the one product manufacturer that we closed down, I'd have some real questions whether we were protecting the public safety by sort of allowing that product to stay there and whether any of it would disappear. So I'm actually happy with what was written, and I and maybe it is good to clarify that we have a seizure where we physically take it versus administrative hold where the licensee would be responsible for keeping the product, whatever it is, in good enough form that we could go in there 2 weeks later and find exactly the same amount of product, even though we know that there's water loss and all kinds of things like that. But I'm just curious as to how, if we need something in regulation, or how you would sort of make the decision between, an actual seizure where we take the product versus one in which you would do administratively and hold, given what I think has been the practice, which I thought was, pretty well done. I mean, in the sense of when we've had to actually seize a product or to keep a product from going out to the public.
Thank you. To your first point that having it in a board policy or we've talked about this. We're talking about in a lot of cases people's livelihoods. I see a lot of people here today. These are their livelihoods, and I think they deserve something written, just like a written policy and procedure that also gives our investigators some guidance. Good regulations and good policies allow for enough room to be able to make good decisions, because not every place you go is going to be the same, not every circumstance. So we're allowing, or at least we hope in this, to be able to give them that, and also to be able to use some good judgment. Right now, the tool that is actually written in here is to just take it. I don't think that's enough. I think that we want to have these other options in case during the investigation something changes. So I just feel more comfortable when it comes to my enforcement people. I hope to think that maybe the industry and the thing would be more comfortable knowing that these are in regulations that we can all look at, and certainly change as the need changes. But I just felt strongly enough that the other thing was, what is the point at which an investigator should have that? And this is the one thing I know a little bit about, and that's probable cause. And that is, what do I need to be able to convince a person, a reasonable person, that there's been a regulation violation, that I'd still have to go to a judge and get approval. And so it's actually pretty high. It's not just because the investigator feels like it, but because they have to be able to articulate it at a certain level. It needs to be reasonable and based on evidence that they've collected. If they're still maybe mistaken, that's where we want to also have a written process so that the licensees can say, well, I don't agree with you, Director, so here's what I'd like to do to pitch my side of it. So I hope that answers your question.
May I add on to that?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, just to also know, when we were looking at the seizure provision, the provision did not provide for seizure in case of danger to public health. That wasn't even written in there. We had to find another way to perfect that seizure to argue with lack of specific labeling. So that I think was just an oversight, and that's now in this draft. In either case, whether it's an administrative hold or a seizure, the board's going to be informed of it no different than before. The administrative hold creates also another remedy option for the licensee, which is an informal conference before going to hearing. I think there'll be a lot of discretion, and you can direct the director as to how much of that he has, but I think you'll be relying on your investigative staff about, what's safest for the public, what's the least restrictive means of harming or impacting the licensee. If it needs to be a hammer, it can be a hammer, and if it's a hammer, it can be that right away, and you go to a seizure hearing within 7 days. But when I was looking at it, I was interpreting seizure as including both an administrative hold and a full seizure. I mean, that's what it is. An administrative hold is still a seizure, and licensees are going to have a right of due process. But this is a good distinction that gives, I guess, the AMCO office more flexibility as to how to apply it. And as I said, identifies, really important reasons why you want to conduct either a seizure or administrative hold.
Okay, thanks. That helps. Have you looked at the some of the processes or whatever we did with one product manufacturer up in Fairbanks that we basically closed down?
Mm-hmm.
Also, the ruling of, was it Office of Administrative Hearings or whatever those judges are in terms of the seizure around the CBD and what that settlement says. So all of that sort of either precautions or precedent is either in here or...
And we'll have more, we can do more review during the comment stage as well. But I looked at that, and I also looked at other state laws, other states that regulate marijuana to see how they address this.
Okay.
I'd like to make a comment.
Sure, go ahead.
I think this is a pretty common sense approach. It protects the industry and just gives another avenue for, for us, for law enforcement.
So is there a motion to...
I would move to put this proposed reg out for public comment.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by...
I would like to just comment.
Sure, go ahead.
I don't disagree with anything that's been said. My one reservation is the definition of probable cause means reliable information. My only issue with that is I can envision a situation where, a disgruntled employee picks up the phone and says, hey, here's what happened at this employer's site, and I would, they might be absolutely right and doing us a huge favor, or they might be just trying to torpedo their past employee, and I'm just a little leery of that, but I think it's worth putting out for public comment to see what folks think about it.
One of the things with going with probable cause, which, as I was taught in academy, this is the one thing I had to memorize. Probable cause is reliable information in sufficient quantity and detail is to lead a reasonable person to believe that a crime or regulation violation has occurred and that this person has... And so it's something that every investigator, every officer is taught. It is a higher level than 51%. So it isn't just, hey, I said he did something wrong. Plus, it has to be articulated. And it has to be, again, at the end of the day, you are going to probably judge that as well, as to when an officer sits down and says, I put these products on administrative hold, and here's all the reasons why, you should be that reliable guide and say, I'm a reasonable person, and it would lead me to believe that was it. And it's been accepted for 50 years. Again, we're trying to keep it very simple, but still set the bar a lot higher than just have somebody like crazy Director Klinkart go do things, because I felt like it.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Jones.
Question that occurred to me, and I was just thinking about this. We have local governments that have, in some cases, sort of kept their comments about licensees to whether they have a conditional use permit, whether they're paying their local taxes, to ones in which they put conditions. If you're not operating the way you're supposed to under a conditional use permit, I think Anchorage has been described as either really good or worse than we are in terms of regulation. But if we are at a point where we're doing a seizure or even an administrative hold, should we be looking at how we might notify local governments that may have a separate approval process or other sets of conditions that, while we might end up not doing anything. It may point to a violation of a local code in which the local government may well do something we wouldn't do ourselves. And so I was just wondering if that would be part of this in terms of something maybe think about during the public comment period is at what point would we notify local governments that we have done this with basically a business within their jurisdiction?
No, that's a really good point, and it's one of the things that I've already been discussing with the enforcement guys, and it's something that as officers we would oftentimes do, because if something isn't in our jurisdiction, or you go in someplace and you find, wow, that's not in my wheelhouse, I need to call somebody else. One of the good things about the last couple of months of some of the experiences that we've had is that I've been able to bring in or work with other organizations that have other areas, whether it was DHSS, DEC, the troopers, and so that takes oftentimes being able to have those connections. And even now I was very happy to see that our investigator here in Juneau has really good connections with not only his licensees, but also these other organizations. In fact, I was also able to start working with the permit people in Anchorage. I even look at too, if we see something that isn't in our wheelhouse, but it clearly is a problem, maybe it's an OSHA issue. And so I'm encouraging that, and it's something that, again, case-by-case basis, but I'm really giving our investigators that leeway to be able to meet with those folks or bring them in if they feel that it's something they need to do.
Okay, any other comments on this?
So good. I mean, sort of part of the comment is, we in Juneau, and I know Anchorage and Fairbanks, we've put on to licensees, especially retail, and in some cases, product manufacturing, sales taxes, depending on how they manufacture what they do. And if we have a payment plan that they owe us, and they're going to pay us back over a period of time, and we go in and seize their product, meaning they can't sell it, they can't earn the money to pay the taxes, we might turn around and say, well, you're in default of your payment plan. And they go, well, we can't make that because the state seized our product 3 months ago. And we're, as a city, going, well, we didn't know that. You know, you didn't come and tell us to alter your payment plan. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing that I think there needs to be some thought pattern into that, because it may make a difference to a local government and how we might approach a vendor, that if they can't make their payment plan because of an action the state did, but they didn't tell us, that we can deal with that when and if we find that out. So that's one example, I think, that's curious.
I do think a section could be drafted to say, in the case of either, notification shall be provided to, revenue departments of municipalities or boroughs. But I would also want the licensees to make sure they're comfortable with that. I don't know if that has any negative connotation on them, so getting their public comment on that issue would be helpful.
Well, yeah, we publish if people don't pay their sales taxes in the newspaper.
Okay.
So
that might be the answer. I just don't know.
Okay. Pardon me. Any more discussion on the motion? Okay, then the motion is to put out public comment, changes 3 AAC 306-800A, 3 AAC 306...
Mr. Chair?
yeah, go ahead.
Given that this is new and sort of the first time we've looked at it, I'd like to add an amendment to that the comment period be at least 60 days.
Okay. Is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor of extending the comment period to 60 days signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Would you like me to draft a notification provision to include in this set along the lines that Mr. Jones discussed before it goes out to public comment? Or just have it go out without that? That's my question for you.
I think it could go out without that. People on the line have heard that. And then you could look at that when it comes back. Unless you think if we made an amendment at the April meeting, given the 60 days, that would make it have to go back out to
It's
comment.
potentially a substantive change.
For 60
So,
days?
no,
You
to
might
put,
want to try
to
to
put that
adopt that before
notification
it
in.
goes out for 60 days.
So if you just, with your, amend your motion to say draft something along this line, and that'll be close enough that if we get public comment on it and you can go to final on it without going out to public comment a second time.
I would say on the amendment that when it is put out, it should be put out for 60 days. And conceptually, we should have some section in there about local government notification prior to going out for hearing or public comment.
Okay, so that's the amendment. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And all those in favor, and I will just call it the director's recommendation for administrative changes to 3AC 306-800, 3AC 306-830, 3AC 306-900B, and there's a repeal of what, 830? All those in favor of sending that out to public comment with the amendment on notice and comment period signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's going out. Do we have any board requests for regulation projects? Seeing none, we'll move on to on-site consumption cleanup, tab 70. Mr. Director.
Alrighty, let's see, here we go. On-site consumption cleanup. This regulations project proposes the following changes relating to on-site consumption. Amends 3 AAC 306.030 to require a petition for an on-site consumption endorsement in an area with no local government. 2. Amends 3 AAC 306.080 to provide criteria for the denial of a new or renewal on-site consumption endorsement. 3. Repeals and readopts 3 AAC 306.370 with changes. A. Only indoor on-site consumption areas where smoking is to be allowed are required to be in a retail store that is freestanding. B. Outdoor on-site consumption areas where smoking is to be allowed must comply with laws related to outdoor smoking. C. Vaping is not permitted as a method of consumption, addresses Mr. Jones' concern about vaping of bud/flower. D. Clarifies that products containing concentrate that are intended for consumption by smoking or vaping may not be sold for on-site consumption. E. Limits ventilation requirements only to endorsements where consumption by smoking would be allowed. F. Clarifies that the meaning of, quote, freestanding does not include buildings that contain establishments other than the licensed marijuana establishments. G. Defines smoking and vaping. This is a revised draft for board considerations. The first draft of this project was brought before the board in May and put out for comments, which were considered in July. Attached after the draft regulation is SB 63, which provides the references to Title 18. Options for the board. 1. Put out for public comment. 2. Amend and put out for public comment. 3. Send back to staff for revisions. 4. Close the project without action.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion on the on-site cleanup regulations? Sure. Oh, yeah, no. Okay, Alderman Jones moves to send it out. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Mr. Jaime. Are there any amendments?
I have a few amendments I would like to offer or at least discuss.
Go right ahead.
I would like to discuss the vaping of flower for a few minutes and offer an amendment that we could remove the except vaping language. I know that Mr. Jones is opposed to vaping of flower, but in the long run, if you look at all the studies that are available, a lot of them are from the UK. I'm not saying vaping of any sort is safe, but what I am saying is when you compare vaping flower to combusting flower, vaping is much less harmful. You know, we're concerned about removing smoke, and we're concerned about removing smoke and odor from the air. Vaping does a lot of that. So I'm not saying it's safe, I'm not saying it's healthy, but why we are, I guess, forcing people to combust the marijuana, which is the most unhealthy way to consume it, instead of giving them an option to do something that's a little healthier. And Mr. Jones and I can talk about this for days. But I do think that, you know, if we're going to allow people to combust, light up, and smoke a joint, we should at least give them an option to do it a little healthier. So I would like for the board to consider an amendment to remove except vaping from several sections of this, and I have them listed out and can provide them, but I'd enjoy some more discussion.
Okay, well, is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Okay.
A long one.
I will second that motion.
Okay. So a motion on the table to amend the on-site consumption cleanup to remove flower vaping as a prohibited activity. Is there any discussion?
Well, there's nothing healthy about smoking or vaping. I mean, either or. So if we can limit it on-site, I'm all for limiting it for on-site consumption. And then you were saying that when you vape, it's less odor. And we've all driven by vehicles, and the vape is just coming, you know, billowing out of the windows, and it smells like cotton candy or whatever it is. It's worse, I think. I don't know.
I would assume that they're not sitting in their car, I hope, vaping cannabis.
No,
they're just using vape pens.
Yes.
You know, vaping cannabis is a lot different than the vape pens you see people, I don't even know what they're called, the vape pens you see people using all over town. And I agree, neither one are healthy, but vaping is a much healthier choice. Studies have said that it could be 95% less carcinogens go in because you're not actually lighting, combusting the flower. And like I said, we're allowing them to smoke it. Why can't we at least give an option to do it the safest way possible, even though it's not safe? I know.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there's just the difference between combusting it in the form of a joint or other vehicle is very different. The ignition process or the vaporization process is very different, and it's not the same as the vape cartridges that have garnered so much public scrutiny lately. Which is why I do support this. I would agree. Neither one is healthy. Half the things I consume on a daily basis are not considered healthy. But I agree that removing this is a reasonable adjustment.
Can someone just explain to me the difference between a regular vape pen and a marijuana vape pen? The differences? I mean, I don't know.
I think if I might, basically concentrates aren't allowed to be consumed, and almost all of the vape cartridges and vape pens that products we've approved are in fact concentrates, so they can't be used. What was presented and why I got involved in this particular issue was as testimony was presented to our local assembly about other states, and particularly I think they were talking about San Francisco, the vaping process that they were talking about, and vaping of flower, which is a different kind of process. And our assembly basically were concerned about that, and some of my research was that that wasn't the best way. It was basically altering the product and then consuming the aerosol or whatever. And some of the public health effects of that way of consuming a product is unhealthier for the lungs than even the smoking. So that was the reason, and I understand that there's a lot of disagreement about that. But I also felt that since we are banning concentrates, vaping, we need to make sure that it's not concentrates that are being vaped. And I think the process that was described to us was almost like a communal kind of thing for vaping of flower. So it was just a concern, and I think I still maintain that concern. But if they're using individual vape pens, which I think Mr. Jaime's talking about, those would be banned anyway because every product that we've approved for a vape pen contains a concentrate, and we've already said that concentrates can't be sold for consumption. So,
let me just say, I know some people want to jump in here. This may or may not go out for public comment. If it does, you'll have plenty of opportunity to weigh in. Okay, thanks. Okay, good.
We can do it afterward also.
So, I guess I would say that, you know, so far we have banned concentrates, but to say that if there is a pen or a device that you can vaporize flour in, that is not a banned device. You can use that right now. I mean, so I want to make sure we don't mix lines up that they sell pens and devices that you can put flour in and vaporize it. When you're finished, you put it in your pocket, and 2 days later you go buy some more flour, you pull the pen back out and you reuse it. So, you know, I want to make sure we're not muddying up the lines saying that because we've banned concentrates, we haven't banned vaping devices. And I don't think that is our intent, to ban vaping devices.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure it's under our purview to do that.
And I, you know, I was one of the people that said, yeah, we should ban concentrates in on-site consumption. I was thinking about, you know, dabs, you know, high intensity products, because there is a public safety concern. You don't want, you know, people sitting in there and you know, plugging in a dab rig and firing up and being pretty loaded when they go out the door. It has the unintended consequence possibly of, and this will be up to the board, I suppose, in the future to decide whether an infused joint contains concentrates and whether those can be burned in a place. But the you know, when you say vaping, I think of you know, vaping oil. And actually, for some reason, I wasn't aware that you can vape flour, but you know, that it's flour. It's not a concentrate. You know, it's not an extract. So I just want to throw in that little bit of history there.
So what was the motion?
So the motion is to remove vaping that is not permitted as a method of consumption, but it still says that concentrates, I think, if that doesn't change, would be in there. So vaping flour may be allowed, but vaping concentrates, vaping oil would not be.
That is correct. I'm just asking that we remove the except vaping. That way people can vape flour. Like I said, it's not safe, but it's much safer than combustion of the flour. So
You're not going to walk out smelling green.
It helps with, you know, holding down the visible smoke, holding down the odor, things that we're concerned about for everybody in the consumption area, right? We're requiring them to put in all these ventilation systems to remove smoke, to remove odor. You know, this is a way they can consume it, flour, and not produce as much. And it just makes sense, you know.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I mean, to make an imperfect analogy, it's kind of like the difference between allowing someone to walk in and walk into a bar and pound 12 ounces of wild turkey versus 12 ounces of 5% beer. I mean, you know, concentrate versus flour. I mean, the flour is going to average 30-some-odd% potency, perhaps, and the concentrates, we would hope, would be much higher, which I think was the concern. I mean, we could put it out without the change, and we'll get a ton of public comment, I'm sure. Some of it very well considered, or Mr. Miller suggested. I would again support just taking that language out because I don't think it's consistent with the intent on prohibiting vaping of concentrates.
Mr. Chairman, if it specified vaping of flour, I think I'd be okay with that, but just taking out this terminology, vaping is not permitted in general, I don't support.
Okay.
Give me a minute to go look, but I think by default,
it doesn't say you can light and smoke up flower either, but what it is saying is in the prohibited, concentrates are prohibited. So you couldn't vape concentrates because right now they're prohibited in things you can't do, if that makes sense.
Okay, so, pardon me. I think there'll be some, as the rulemaking process goes on, there'll be some clarification to keep concentrates and vaping concentrates in there. So is there any more discussion on the amendment? Okay, not hearing any, we'll do a roll call on the amendment to remove the prohibition on vaping. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime? No. Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes, so that'll be out, and that'll go out on the regulation. Okay, are there any other proposed changes to the on-site cleanup? I notice here, I know you went through these, but we do have a definition of vaping in here. It says, clarifies that the meaning of freestanding does not include buildings that contain establishments other than licensed marijuana establishments. A little late in the day, but does that mean that, for example, if you had a contractor upstairs and you wanted to have an outdoor consumption area, that now you'd be able to? So that means, or am I reading that?
Mr. Chair, you're going to be seeing a decision from the administrative law judge in a case fairly soon, and I've conducted a really thorough analysis of the legislature's intent of freestanding, and it's a single occupant. So I don't think you need this amendment. You might disagree, but the question then becomes its statutory intent. And while you have a lot of discretion under on-site endorsement, I don't think you have discretion to interpret the meaning of freestanding.
Sure. And if this went out the way it is, and it was adopted the way it is, then the Department of Law would say
we
nope.
would strike it. Yeah.
So you guys are there for it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
But I think sort of begs the question. I mean, if we've approved two or three here where people have a retail, manufacturing, and a cultivation all in a single building. Now, whether that's a freestanding building is a different issue. So under that definition, if you had a marijuana retail store and a retail beauty shop and a something else, then that wouldn't be a freestanding building because it wouldn't be single occupancy. But if it had a marijuana cultivator that was business A and the retailer was business C, does that fit the definition of not being freestanding? Because while it's the same business, it's not the same company. Or
the way I saw it read through the chair is multi-tenant. So I think it could be lease or building specific. So what you're then seeking is a clarification that so long as every business is affiliated with that retail store and is a licensed establishment, it's still a freestanding building? Is that what you're thinking?
I was trying to interpret what you said.
Yeah. I mean, I can...
that it had to have a single occupant.
Uh-huh.
So if the single occupant was ABC Growers and they had a lease for the entire building, but they had a retail and they had a cultivation, and the retail did on-site consumption, is that a freestanding building? Because it would be the same company, but it's two different licensees. That's one question, but what if, so I assume your answer would tell me that if the retail store was XYZ Retail, ABC Corporation ran the cultivation, that would be two leasees of the same building, so they would be excluded.
If I could clarify my answer, and again, this is a decision you'll interpret and decide if you want to adopt, and then we'll look at it.
Okay.
But it's the store itself that must be freestanding. So that would assume it cannot be a multi-tenant building. I don't know if the legislature contemplated that you might have a cultivator upstairs and a manufacturer, so what's the real harm? Because everyone in that business is affiliated. This is a question I hadn't thought of in that context, Mr. Jones. I can just tell you that I looked at every single legislative hearing, and so did the ALJ, and they determined that the legislature did not intend multi-tenant buildings, even if it was freestanding. So I don't know if there's a way licensees can say they're not multi-tenants, even though they have more than one license. They own the own building. Licensed premises is different than multi-tenant. There might be some room there.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to see that, and I wouldn't mind putting this out for some public comment and see where we go. We can always make those changes, but, we had a pretty lengthy discussion about, one provider said, check the box, no, they're not doing on-site, but testimony was that they were, but, they're going to operate two businesses in that building, so.
And for the two that you did, I heard someone say they're freestanding, so I didn't realize they had two licenses at that location. So, I would have piped up then to say, think about it, but.
Okay.
All right. Are there any other proposed amendments to the on-site regulation cleanup?
I have lots.
I'll bet.
I'll bet. The other one I would like to talk about is for the 10 milligram limit to edibles. I would ask the board to, I guess I'll motion to make a change to the 10 milligram limit. If I can get a second, we'll discuss it.
The 10 milligram limit on edibles.
Yeah.
Okay. Second. Okay. And this is an amendment to this is an amendment to on-site.
It is. I'm requesting the board consider raising the limit from 10 milligrams to 25 milligrams. I think the board, along with the regulatory system, has done a really good job of holding edible limits down to 5 milligrams per serving. We haven't had any of the problems that you saw in the lower 48 when edibles first became available, with adults and kids. So I think 10 milligrams is a pretty low dosage for people who consume marijuana on a regular basis. And I'm not sure that there's going to be any effect for those individuals who go in and get a 10 milligram serving. So I think going to 25 milligrams, which is not only convenient because of the way it's packed. Currently today, there's a lot of 25 milligram packages out there, 5.5s. I think it would help with the business case because it seems like right now on-site consumption might be tough. As we're hearing, it's even going to be tougher. So, and I don't see how it would hurt public health or safety. We're just trying to make sure consumers come into a facility, they can get enough of a dosage that they can actually get the effect they want. So I'm just requesting the board consider raising that limit to 25.
Okay, where in the in the cleanup would that be, or is this a global change?
It's page 3, section 3B, and on page 4, section 3.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
While everybody's looking that up, I just did sort of a back of napkin estimate.
It's a daily amount. That's a daily amount.
If somebody were just to consume a single joint, an entire joint by themselves, 30%, I think 30% THC. Somebody's going to correct my numbers on this. Some of us would die because that would be a lot, but that's about 200 milligrams of THC. Just to put this in perspective, so that would be 200 milligrams. So we're talking about setting a limit that is 1/8 of that. So just to kind of put that in perspective.
Okay.
I mean, the current limit is 1/20th of that, but the proposed limit is 1/20th. So it's a significant increase, but I would offer a reasonable one.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
I guess I'll just ask this as a question. I I think one of the reasons why we limited the 10 milligrams was difference from smoking flower, edible. You see on a lot of the products that are out there, wait 15, 20 minutes for the effect. And then the higher dosage is, I think a lot of us, I should say me, we're concerned that if somebody went into the on-site simply to eat 2 cookies out of the product they purchased that gave them 5 and would sit around for 15, 20 minutes to get some effect, and then say, oh, okay, I got the effect, and then left. I think there's a public health issue there of, if it's going to take 15, 20 minutes to get the effect, how long is it going to take for the effect to wear off so that somebody's not leaving an establishment impaired? So the question would be, if they consume 25, they still only have to wait 15, 20 minutes for the effect, and 2, do they now have to hang around without consuming anything else, although they might be breathing in other people's smoke? They have to wait 2 hours before they should leave the establishment and get in their car and drive home. And that would be my question.
I guess I would respond by the education that we've provided our bud tenders is amazing. I mean, I listen to them every day when someone comes in and they're looking at edibles and things, and they ask, do you consume marijuana regularly? And if the answer is no, they will always tell them to start with 5 milligrams. Wait and see what the effect is for you. We're talking about people who consume cannabis on a regular basis, who know what their limits are, and I would say, based on the record, have shown that they're, 95% of them are responsible. There's always that guy, right? But so I wouldn't expect someone to walk into a facility who doesn't consume cannabis, who doesn't know what the reactions are, to even get to consume 25 milligrams at one time. And I can tell you positively, based on all my experiences in the retail stores I visited, they're not going to get that advice. They may purchase 25 milligrams and they may consume 5, but they can package the other 20 and take it with them.
Just a comment. That's been a lot of responsibility on what you call a bud master or bud tender.
Bud tender.
And you can't stop someone from taking it. If they purchase 20 milligrams and they want to take it, they can take it. There's absolutely a public safety issue. When they get in that vehicle and drive off, there's liability on businesses. There's dangers to families that are, traveling on the roadways. If we can limit this to 10, I don't agree with that at all. But to up the limit when that really hasn't even been started yet, why? Let it set for a few years with 10 milligrams and then go from there.
I guess my other question, Mr. Chair, and this is in response, we are not changing the limit that a retailer can sell to a consumer in a day. They could go in and purchase, 0.8 of an ounce from Nick and something else, and then, purchase a couple of cookies. But this is limiting what can be sold for the on-site consumption. And I think because of sort of the health issues or when they would consume and leave the premises, one assumption is that if they're going to purchase an ounce, they're going to go home and or someplace else. But here, you're going to have a business establishment selling a product at a certain point, and you can check with all of your buddies that are in the liquor business about the liability insurance puts on for the fact that if they don't abide by the rules and sell too much of the product and this kind of stuff that, well, maybe not a lot of court cases have been successful. The insurance companies are charging an arm and a leg for that insurance. So I would, if we raise the limit, I don't know what the insurance process is for retailers now, but I would assume that if we're going to up the amount somebody can consume on premises and then leave, it may very well change the business's insurance costs. So There's just a couple of questions that I have, and we'll see how it goes.
Through the chair. I would just like to respond. You're right. It probably will have an effect on the business's insurance cost, but that's really their choice in their whether they want to do that. And I think Alaskans have shown they're going to be responsible. I can tell you at Anchorage, we've had really no problems in the areas where we've had cannabis businesses. To think on-site consumption is going to change that somehow, I don't think we're giving people enough credit for their good behavior up until this point. And you're right. Someone could go into the on-site consumption area and can consume 25 milligrams, and it might hit them hard. But at least there, they have someone who understands it and can assist them. They could also buy that 25 milligrams and walk out the door, take it as soon as they hit the curb, and there is no controls. So we're trying to. I feel like all these reasons are very good, but to be honest with you, I think it's better to do it in an area that's controlled. And trust me, I do feel your concerns. And there are other businesses like alcohol establishments who sell alcohol that impairs people's judgment, and there is no limit to what they can sell them other than they shouldn't be impaired. They could walk in and order 12 shots, and I guarantee you they're going to get 12 shots. So I don't know. I think we have to give Alaskans and our visitors the credit they deserve, since we haven't had kids or adults over-consuming and ending up in the emergency rooms. And we did start slow. We are still slow. 5 milligrams and 50 milligram packages. I mean, that's what we have. Allowing someone the option to consume half of that doesn't seem unreasonable. And they don't have to consume it all, but they could purchase it. Some will, some won't. But it's really going to depend on them and their ability, their past experiences with marijuana. And I'll shut up now.
And I'll just say that I don't think that you're going to be getting very many people going into an on-site consumption in a retail to use marijuana for the first time in their life, or to eat an edible. Actually, I don't know how many edible. I don't understand why somebody would sit around in an on-site consumption and eat an edible. I mean, I just buy it and go home. Maybe visitors to Southeast Alaska communities might. But nobody's going to say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go over there and eat a brownie." I mean, put the damn brownie in your pocket and eat it wherever. People are going to go to the on-site consumptions to actually, smoke marijuana. So I think that Mr. Miller makes some really good points. In this grand experiment, we have not had many boilovers. I don't know what DPS has been seeing as far as impaired driving. There'd probably be a interesting presentation for the board to get from some of the highway safety folks at DPS. See what's going on, get an update on the latest and greatest in detection. But there haven't been, reports of kids getting a hold of edibles and going into the ER, or people, getting a hold of edibles and going into the ER. So, our residents, our consumers have been quite responsible, and was pointed out by somebody today, the marijuana has been around the state for a long time. And for 25, 30 years, people have not been growing skimp. So, I don't think that there's a provable public health or safety concern associated with increasing the limit, the daily limit for sale for consumption in a on-site. So, is there any other discussion on the amendment? All right. So the amendment is to increase the from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams, the daily, 25, the daily amount that can be sold, to any one person per day to patrons for consumption at the time of purchase and only in an area designated as a marijuana consumption area. So, we'll do a roll call on this one. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
No.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. So that passes. You don't need to applaud. It hasn't passed. You can applaud when it gets signed by the Lieutenant Governor. Okay. All right. Any more amendments? It's only. Oh, look what time it is. It's 4:20.
Yeah, I may need all of the time left.
Well, you know what? I mean, realistically, we do have some things that we can adopt. We do have some things that we can adopt.
I understand.
Yeah, I know. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
I know.
All right.
You told me I'm persistent.
Yeah, you're persistent.
On page 8, delete the word marijuana dosage. Let me go find it, get my thoughts back together.
Yeah.
Here's page 8.
Provide written materials containing marijuana dosage safety information.
Yeah,
it's on page 9.
And I might not understand, but all this information should be on the packaging as far as the dosage, what's in there, how many milligrams it is, or so. I'm not sure what the.
I think it was education stuff. It's like know your limits, and you know.
All right, and that's good because that comes into the next one. Who's going to develop this material, and how will it be standardized to go into these facilities? I mean, I don't want retailer A, B, and C.
You're picking up there, but still.
A, B, and C having different materials. Is someone going to standardize this material?
I think well, DHHS is doing stuff, right? You have DHS stuff in your store.
Should we ask them to do this?
We're paying for it.
All right.
We're paying for it.
They already have it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's out there.
Okay. Let me see what else we got. All right, so and that one. We're going to go in big now, Mr. Jones. I would like to offer an amendment.
The coffee shop's closed.
Yeah. I got to find it. I apologize. My papers are a little rattled. I would offer an amendment to add marijuana extractions in quantities not to exceed 0.3 grams to any one person per day. So basically, there are a lot of vape pen providers who provide concentrates out there in 0.3 gram vapes, and I would like to offer an amendment to remove banning concentrates and at least allow for 0.3 gram vape pens to be available.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll discuss it. It's a lot of the same reasons I discussed allowing vaping of flower. It's a lot less smoke. It's not safe, but it is much safer than combusting the cannabis. 0.3 grams is a very small amount. It's currently commercially available. A lot of the producers already have them. And again, for the same reasons that we talked about early in vaping flower. And I believe it'll be I think it's a good option for people who are there, and that's really all I can say. Other than it's a lot of the same reasons for vaping of flower.
Is this your last concentrated amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It'll be all right, buddy. It's
Okay. I just try to stay away from the dab and the shatter and stuff. Yeah, shatter. Okay. Any discussion on this amendment?
Just real briefly, I think the industry overall has been pretty good as far as with the regulations and everything. But I think we're trying to, or some people want to liberalize these regulations to the point where it could start getting dangerous and things start happening out there on the roads or in our communities, and it'll be bad. I think we just need to slow down and take one step at a time. And we already went from 10 to 25 milligrams on the edibles. I mean, now you want to introduce concentrates. We don't even have anybody in business yet doing this. Let's start slow. And we approved a few licenses, but it hasn't started yet. So I just think we need to slow down.
Well, I think it's fair to say anecdotally that for a long time, concentrates have been available in Alaska prior to legalization, and people have been using them, and some of them have been considerably more concentrated than what we legally allow. And I'm talking, years worth of this material being out there on the unregulated market. And I don't know anecdotally if that has caused public safety problems or public health problems. I think that if it had, I think that if there was a history of issues in the health community, in the ER, in the traffic safety, highway safety community, we would have been hearing about it from the very beginning when we were developing these regulations. These topics have come up, and I have never heard any of those communities really coming in and saying that we see, statistically provable issues related to the consumption of cannabis products of this sort or another in these concentrations. So I'm not poo-pooing the concern that you, as the representative of the public safety community, has, or that Mr. Jones, representative of the public health community, has. But I think that 0.3 of a gram in a vape cartridge is awfully low, and it's not the concentrate you can hold in your hand, which was my original concern. I don't think that the what's the term, the experience something from a 0.3 cartridge will be particularly injurious, and you don't smoke the whole cartridge at once either. People are going to walk out of there. They're gonna. I don't think you can kill off a 0.3 of a gram cartridge in one sitting. You might be able to, but I don't think necessarily a lot of people are going to. So, I don't think we've been doing this for 4 years now. The industry's been out there. We just have not had giant issues coming up, and God help us if we do. And I think that these steps are really more incremental than they are radical.
Through the chair.
Yep.
I would like to say that I definitely respect your concerns, and 0.3 grams is a very small amount. I'm not asking for a 1 gram or a half gram vape. It is very small. I think most of the consumers of this will be tourists. I believe they'll come into the facility. They'll probably consume some, stick it in their pocket, and leave. But it gives them the ability to purchase it, use part of it, and leave. At this point, they can't. Their only option would be to buy a 1 gram or a half gram vape pen, and then they're just going to walk around the city and use it. So this gives them an avenue to purchase that vape pen, consume whatever they want to consume out of it, get it repackaged. I keep saying in your pocket, but get it repackaged properly and leave with it. And I think Mr. Jones knows we don't always agree, but I do value his opinion on public safety and health as well. And I like I said, vaping is not healthy. Combusting is not healthy either, but it is a healthier option that we're offering. So I want you to know I do respect your opinion a lot.
No, and I appreciate that, Mr. Jones. I'm sorry.
I'm going to start calling you Springer.
No, and you said that, it's not a half gram, but we just, you just made an amendment to change the 10 milligrams to 25. So if we start at 0.3, then you will be asking for half a gram next. I mean, it's opening the door. I don't think we need to.
I'm not gonna lie. In a year or two, if I'm still on this board, I may ask for a half gram if we're having no problems and no experiences. We have to start somewhere. And 0.3 is really the smallest vape pen option I've ever seen. There may be something smaller, but I've never seen it. So we do have to start somewhere. And we started 4 years ago, and we haven't had a big uptick in incidences that have at least been reported to this board. So I think consumers are showing they're responsible. And let's be honest, the industry's only about 4 years old, but marijuana has been consumed in this state since inception, right? So it's not like we're introducing something new to a whole population of people who have never used it. They've been using it for years. But what they've been able to show in the last 4 years is they've been able to do it responsibly. And, you know, I think if we'd had a bunch of incidences, I probably wouldn't be sitting here offering these amendments. I would be embarrassed to do that for our own industry. So I'll bring it next time. Yeah.
And I'll just point out, all this is trying to send this out for public comment. You'll have a new board at the next meeting when this comes back, and no telling how the votes will count. So, and if there are issues, if, you know, public safety, public health have got real issues, real numbers, then they will come through on this. I mean, in all likelihood, you'll be having a public hearing on this rule package. So. Okay, then on the amendment to allow 0.3 of a gram cartridges to be sold for consumption in a on-site consumption. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Schulte?
Yes.
Mr. Jaime?
No.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes on that, so that is going to go out in the rule. Okay, on the on-site consumption cleanup the on-site consumption cleanup as amended.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
sir.
Just before we vote on the main motion, so included in this text is the full text of the statewide smoking ban bill. I'm just thinking, I'm asking, you know, wouldn't it be appropriate to take that part out because it might be confusing to the public. They may think they're having an opportunity to somehow offer input on
that.
the Senate bill.
That's for us, not for the regular.
Right. I just want to clarify that it's not going to go out for public comment with Senate Bill 63.
No.
I mean, it's a useful reference, certainly,
Absolutely.
but that's a done deal.
Yeah, we may want to get that printed out, put in the reg books. Yeah, no, this would not be attached as part of the
Okay.
public
I
notice.
just want to make sure that was clear.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So on the motion to send the on-site cleanup regulations out as amended, out for public comment, and this is with a 60-day? We have the 60-day on? That was the last one. All right.
I would recommend at least 60, if not 90, because part of this also says they have to comply with any local conditions. I know the city borough general takes a while to comment on regulations. We have basically banned any inhalation indoors, can only be outdoors. So local governments may well want to look at it before they make a decision. So I might recommend 90 days just because local governments don't respond well. If you have to have two public hearings in order to make a public comment, and that's, at least a month and a half.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I don't have any, if you want to make a motion to amend it to say 90-day comment period, that's fine.
I think 90, minimum is 60, but I would amend it to be 90.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that for 90.
Okay, all those in favor of 90-day comment period signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. You're opposing?
For 90 days?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. 4-1. Okay. Miller. Okay. To send out on-site consumption cleanup regulations as amended for 90 days. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
Well, okay. Any opposed, say no.
Aye. No.
No.
Okay, so it's 3-2. 3-2 to send it out. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. That's Mr. Jaime and Mr. Jones. All right. One down and 6 to go. Okay, no, the 8 to go. Okay, sales limits. Yeah, okay, are all of these next two are for public comment, right? Or are they considered sending out? All right, so this is tab 71, sales limits. We opened the regulations project in July 2019 to clarify limits on quantity sold. Change would eliminate the conflict between 306-355A1 and A3, which exists when 1 ounce of usable marijuana has more than 5,600 milligrams of THC, and would make it clear that a retail marijuana store may not sell to any one person per day more than 5,600 milligrams of THC in combined sales of marijuana and marijuana products. We can put it out for public comment, amend it, send it back, or close the project. Is there a motion?
I would move to put this out for public comment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? No discussion? Okay, all those in favor of sending sales limits out for public discussion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Quality control, sampling, and exit packaging. Board opened 2 regulation projects in November. One to clarify that a cultivation facility or product manufacturing facility distributing a sample of marijuana or product for its quality control may only distribute the sample to the cultivation or manufacturing own employees. During the discussion, there's a brief comment by the board about the need or not for the quality control sample to be tested. All right, and the other project is to allow opaqueness, or the opaqueness component of the exit package to be achieved by other means than the retail providing the opaque bag. So, we've got a couple of versions here. You gonna go through these?
Sure. Basically, yeah. Version 1 would require the quality control sample distributed by a cultivator or manufacturer to be tested before distributing it to the licensee's employee, and clarify that the quality control sample may not be transferred from licensee A to licensee B for licensee B to distribute as quality control sample, and allow the opaqueness of the exit packaging that is required by retailers to provide to consumers and by cultivators and manufacturers to provide to employees for quality control samples to be achieved by other means. Version 2 clarify that a quality control sample may not be transferred from licensee A to licensee B for licensee B to distribute as a quality control sample. This does not address testing. And allow the opaqueness of the exit packaging that is required by retailers to provide to consumers and by cultivators and manufacturers to provide to employees for quality control to be achieved by other means. Options for the board: choose which version to work with, put chosen version out for public comment, amend version to put out for public comment, send back to staff, or close out the project.
What are your druthers?
I guess I'll throw it out there. Just looking at these 2 versions, I'd choose version 1. I mean, it has testing. It is a business. It's profitable. I mean, it should be tested before it's sampled.
Okay. So you move into...
I'll make a motion to... Actually, I don't want to make a motion at all.
Okay.
Can we discuss it without a motion, or should we make a motion?
Yeah.
So I do remember having some conversations about some quality control samples. I thought that we did say that licensee A could send it to a licensee B for quality control for different. There might be a need for that, especially for these limited grows. They might only have 1 or 2 employees. So I don't know if that's a hard sticking point for anyone, but I think a quality control sample is what it is, and as long as it's staying within the licensed arena, it should be able to be tested by a licensee, whether they're the licensee that grew it or produced it. And I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, but we did have a discussion about this a couple meetings ago, and I don't remember where we fell on it, but I thought licensee A had given licensee B a sample, quality control sample, and we said that was okay, and I might be wrong. If you guys remember that conversation, let me know.
I thought, don't we allow a sales sample? The quality control here is for in-house. This would be so the cultivator, could tell his employees, okay, here's the legal amount. check it out and fill out the, response form that's required, and do it at home. But the whole point here is that, it would have to be tested, and I'm in favor of that. I mean, it takes it out of circulation a little longer, but why should we be having a robust testing program to protect consumers, and not offer that same protection to employees of the growers? It's not going to affect the ability of the cultivator to, figure out how to describe the product.
And I definitely agree with the testing portion. And there is an opportunity to, I would say, transfer a sample like from a cultivator to a retailer. But if they don't charge them for it, basically all the retailer can do is look at the sample, smell it, and then destroy it. So, I mean, that's what the regulations say. If I receive a sample from a cultivator, I either have to return it to them or I have to destroy it. So what's the point?
Yeah. But this is for the in-house quality control. So, okay, so is there a motion to accept version 1? And the second part, the opaqueness of the exit packaging, I believe means that for the quality control sample, the employee can put it in their pocket or their backpack, and that counts for going out the door for opaqueness.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would move that we put version 1 out for public comment.
Okay, moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Jones and Mr. Schulte. Is there any additional discussion? Okay, not hearing any. All those in favor of sending out version 1 of the quality control sampling and exit packaging regulation out to public comment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 5-0. Okay, now we are into regulations that we just might adopt. Okay, tracking and testing of marijuana, tab 73. And you want to read any of these for us, Director?
Sure. The Board adopted this regulations project at the July 2019 meeting. Upon review of Department of Law, some technical edits were necessary. It is now in front of you to reconsider and re-adopt the project with those technical edits. Attached are the revised version and the original version adopted at the July meeting for reference.
Okay, and so this one was this was amended to package of marijuana may not exceed 10 pounds. Cultivation facilities will assign a batch name or number to each batch. Batch may not consist of more than 50 clones or cuttings. And did we get comments on this? We may have, but
Mr. Chair, we adopted this back in
July
last year.
Yeah, there were some edits made by law.
And then edits by law. Yeah. And so it hasn't gone back out for public comment.
No. Okay.
You're
right.
Law.
You're right.
But law said it's not substantial enough that we have to send it out, so.
Okay, well, there's a motion to re-adopt.
I would so move.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, second by Mr. Jaime. Okay, any discussion? Hopefully not. Okay, all those in favor of re-adopting tracking and testing of marijuana signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's 5-0. Okay, permit handler revocation. Go ahead.
All right. The Board initiated this project in February of 2019 to expand how and why a handler permit may be revoked after a public comment period. The Board adopted this regulations project in September of 2019. During the review by the Department of Law, it was noticed that the language of 3 AAC 306.812 indicating the Board could refuse to renew a handler permit was confusing, as in 3 AAC 306.700C, the Director issues new and renewed handler permits. We worked with the Department of Law to propose the attached changes, provided both in tracked changes version and in a clean version. Ms. Wilson has determined that if the Board accepts the changes, they are not substantive enough so that the project could be adopted again and would not need to be put out for further comment. As a reminder, the changes: 1, expand the reasons for revoking a handler permit to violations of statute, regulation, or municipal ordinance, not just, quote, violations of this chapter, which is the current regulation. Allow a licensee to request that the Board suspend a handler permit. Clarify that notice shall be provided to the permit holder at their email address. Require a list of suspended, revoked, and expired permits to be maintained and published. Provide an appeal provision for an individual whose permit was revoked. Allow the Director to suspend a permit if the applicant's check bounces until such time as the payment is satisfactorily received.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to readopt?
So moved.
Mr. Jones, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Jaime. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. Okay, overlapping premises. How much time do we have left?
15 minutes. Can we,
You take a short break?
either that or table, because I think we have some other business. Are
Yeah.
we done at 5?
No, no, we're not.
What time are we done at?
What'd they say, 5:30? Or, there's a guy out front, so, you know.
I'll check. I'll check if you want to take.
We can, a couple of these hopefully aren't take too long. Overlapping premises, initiated the project in 2018.
This is to clarify what type of space could be shared. This draft proposes the following: repeals 3AAC 306.405B, the section authorized a cultivation facility licensee to apply for a product manufacturing or retail license. However, a comparable section does not exist in either the product manufacturing section or the retail section, and the deletion of the section would have no effect. License holder of one type may continue to apply for and hold a license of another type, except for the restrictions regarding testing facilities, which are unchanged. 2, it amends 3AAC 306.405C to remove reference to privileges of another license type and include a prohibition from 3AAC 306.40 proposed to be deleted. Again, this language is not consistent across license types and is unnecessary. The deletions will have not effect on a licensee's privileges or prohibitions. Repeals 3AAC 306.450. This prohibition is already stated in 306.405C4. Then we amend 3AAC 306.705A to add the board's policy regarding contiguous licensed premises into regulation, with an exception carved out for certain overlapping areas as described in the following subsection. 5, adds a new subsection 3AAC 306.705D to allow a licensee that holds more than one license, either in the same building or with abutting licensed premises, to share office space, employee break room, bathrooms, or storage areas for non-marijuana items. These shared areas may not be restricted access areas. 6, amends 3AAC 306.710A to clarify that any area through which marijuana or marijuana product is within a licensed premises shall be a restricted area of access. 7, amends the definition of, quote, licensed premises at 3AAC 306.990B23 to include, quote, designated outdoor areas. The proposed regulations change was put out for public comment for 40 days, closing on October 30th. 5 comments were received and are attached. We can vote to adopt, amend, send back, or close.
Okay, thanks. It looks like the comments in here, from well-known counsel for a lot of licensees, from AMIA, from some individuals are essentially negative here. This is a complex issue, and I think it deserves more time, more of the board's time than it's going to get at 10 minutes till 5 on a Friday night.
I would motion that we send this back to staff and see if we can try to incorporate some of these comments and still be a good regulation.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. Moving and seconding, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of sending it back to staff, signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Infants on premises, this is,
let's see, tab.
one by popular demand, and that's tab, that's tab 76. All right. So this is fairly simple. It says that nobody between the ages of 1 and 21 is allowed in a premises. I will note that Senator Murkowski has recently sponsored a bill, federal legislation about breastfeeding that would basically prevent discrimination for breastfeeding women. We had quite a bit of discussion about this. It's certainly not going to affect every licensee, and but at the same time, we make the point that we have 5,000 handler cards out there, which opens up the job market to a lot of people. Some of them would be, mothers, maybe single mothers that have a baby and they're trying to make a living, and maybe they aren't getting paid enough to afford child care. And I forget who sponsored this, but probably you.
It was probably me.
Yep. Okay, so, is there a motion to adopt the infants on premises regulation?
I would make a motion to adopt the infants on premises.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Mr. Schulte. We got a little bit of comment that said, don't have babies around where there's consumption going on. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is for the mom who works in the office, moms are very protective of their kids, and, and again, there may be some confluence with some federal regulations. Any discussion on this, regulation?
Mr. Chair, I had a question whenever.
Sure, go ahead.
I seem to recall this was the matter that the Department of Health and Social Services weighed on, and I don't see a comment from them in the packet.
Yeah, it's actually,
The comments in the marijuana mailbox because it was deemed by staff to be late, therefore not part of the official comment period, but it is in there.
I recommended against that. I thought it should be in the packet when it's from a sister agency.
Well, and I concur, although the public comments are important. This letter came from DHSS and happens to be from our chief medical officer for the state of Alaska. So I at least encourage you to take a read of that.
Yeah,
okay?
Let's see. I know it's in here somewhere. What page? You see what page it is on there? Yeah, let's search really fast.
Mailbox isn't that big.
No, it's not. No, I just search real quick. There. Let's see. Please find it. Comment. Okay, has the board... Is this the one here? Yeah, okay. So their questions are, has the board considered the risks associated with exposure to THC by way of unintentional ingestion and or topical exposure of products in the restricted access area? That's a very good question. Hopefully common sense will prevail. How will licensees mitigate the risks associated with unintentional exposure or accidental ingestion in restricted access areas? And again, we're talking about babies under 1 who don't crawl, who are going to be in their things, and they may not be there very long. Dad or somebody might bring them by. It's feeding time. Okay. I don't necessarily think, it drove me crazy when I had to bring my granddaughter who was in a baby carrier to work with me and keep her under my desk. I wasn't feeding her, but, let's be realistic here. Will products and materials present in the restricted access area comply with 3AC 306 345A3 related to charges and packaging? And given the air ventilation, air filtration cannot fully eliminate exposure to secondhand smoke, what considerations will the board make in relation to the restricted access area's proximity to potential on-site consumption areas as regulated under 3AC 306 370? So for that one, I would say that should be a question if this was to pass. I would say that should be a question on an on-site consumption endorsement. And simple question is, will you even take advantage of this regulation? And they might not. Otherwise, I think again, it's probably common sense. You're not going to have baby in where you're making pre-rolls. Baby's going to be in the doggone office. That's my thinking. Again, we want moms to be able to work. We want babies to be able to flourish, and nobody wants to endanger babies through this. And I think that the first, whiff that was happening, the blowback would start in the licensed premises itself. So that's my thoughts.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
I would dispute your blanket statement that nobody wants to hurt infants if you just look at the child abuse rates that we have in the state of Alaska and the number of kids in foster care. So I think your blanket statement, I think you're right that most of us, but there are a few out here in the world that aren't there. I think the other issue for me, aside from the public health comments, we have warning labels on all of our products. This should not be used by women who are pregnant or breastfeeding. And while I'm not saying that everybody that works in the marijuana industry, that works in the bud handlers is going to be using, and whether or not they abide by their own, by the warning or not, just as we have warnings about alcohol in every alcohol establishment. This should not be used by pregnant women. We know that that doesn't always happen. So I just think that I think some of the issues that the public health raises would warrant sending this back to staff to have some discussions with them. This does not limit it just to retail. The way this thing reads, it's in restricted access areas, so it could be in a grow, it could be in a manufacturer. I don't see there be any problem in the testing, but this isn't just retail, so I think it's important that we take a look at it. So I would like to amend the motion that this get referred back to staff to work with public health to determine if, in fact, the benefits of breastfeeding would outweigh any of the potential harm by having it done in a, I mean, you wouldn't do it in a chemical factory, you wouldn't do it in a steel factory. Maybe you can do it in a marijuana retail, but maybe not a cultivation. Maybe there are things that public health could guide us on that I think is important.
Okay.
That was a motion.
That was a motion to send it back, yes.
To send it back.
I'll second that.
Okay, so you second it.
And I don't know, are we doing discussion on this?
On the motion, yeah.
Yeah, so I agree with everything that that Lauren said. And on top, it's not discretion towards women at all. I mean, nobody wants that, but it is about safety of the children.
Through the chair, I don't support sending it back to the staff at this point. I would like to adopt the regulation as written, and, you know, if we think it can get better, send it back. The staff can work on it again, but hopefully on an adopted regulation. There are mothers out there right now who are losing jobs. Sending this back to staff is going to, you know, give us another 6 months for people to lose their jobs. And, you know, we have, if you look at the products we've approved, topicals, we don't have limits on the topical milligrams. That's because, it, you know, just being around it, you can't, you won't ingest it or you won't feel any effects. It's not going to permeate through your skin and cause any health issues. And again, I understand your concerns, but I also have concerns about people, mothers in general, being able to work and being able to breastfeed their kids at the same time. We're talking about 1-year-olds and under. You know, they're not mobile, they're not toddlers. You don't have to worry about them grabbing stuff off the counters and things like that. So, you know, I would not support sending it back to staff, but would rather adopt regulation. And if we think it can get better, then, you know, another draft forward in the future.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Jones.
My 2 children were walking at 7 and 8 months, so the fact that saying under a year they're not going to be mobile, I think, is really terrible, because they are. Many of them are crawling proficiously. Some are not. I think the other thing is, if we think we're going to cure a breastfeeding woman's employment by this regulation, I would challenge the business people that are firing women for, and rather than making accommodations for their valued employees to have another avenue to meet those needs. So I don't know that the fact that women are losing their jobs in the marijuana industry because we haven't done this regulation, I think does not speak highly of the industry.
Through the chair. Sure. We had a woman, a mother, come and testify that she worked in Fairbanks. Her husband was bringing her baby in every couple hours, and she would have to go outside to the car where it was 20 and 30 below to breastfeed. And at some point, she couldn't continue to do that, hold her job, and her husband work at the same time. So it's not that the industry didn't try to accommodate her. They did. She chose to leave the job because it was too much of a tax on her entire family to have her spouse or husband bring the baby into her work every couple hours and have to go out to the parking lot to do this.
Wasn't she the licensee? I remember in Fairbanks, wasn't she the licensee, not an employee?
I believe she was an employee. Wasilla. So, I mean, so it's not like we're just firing people. We're trying to be accommodating, but it just becomes too much for them to continue to run off all the time, every couple of hours and breastfeed. So.
And I will accept Mr. Jones's chastisement on my blanket statement there. He's exactly right. He's also correct when he says that by one, a lot of babies are up walking around, and a lot of babies that are up walking around are not necessarily breastfeeding anymore. Some women breastfeed for a long time. Others go 4 months, 5 months, and then it's like, okay, enough of that. And I'm speaking as the father of 6 children and the grandfather of there's one of them right there. The grandfather of 8. So I think I know a little bit what I'm talking about. So you're right. It might be better to send this back, and instead of having the 1 year, say that a licensee is allowed to make accommodation for a employee who is a mother who is breastfeeding a child up to 1 year of age, but in all likelihood it could be a little bit less. And again, there's this federal legislation that maybe it would be helpful to look at the draft of that. So I don't think that we really want to piss off the head of the state public health, chief medical officer. We've had a pretty good relationship with them. I don't necessarily think that if this gets delayed for a while, it's going to, put people out of work. I think that there are intermediate accommodations that could probably be developed, not when it's 20 below, but I think for a couple of those reasons, I could agree with the motion to send it back with the sincere hope that something positive will come back again and it'll get the support of the board. So, with that, there is a motion to amend to refer the emphasis on premises regulation back to. We'll vote on that. Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Schulte.
Yes.
Mr. Jaime.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
No.
And I'm a yes, so it's going back 4-1. Okay. Out-of-state investment testing facilities. I'll take the blame for that.
You can read it then.
Yeah, I can read it then. What are we on? When do you want to leave?
Well, I just want to make sure we
5
have
o'clock
some
now.
things to deal with,
Yeah.
right? Do we table these and...
Do we know for certain how long we have in here?
Yeah, so we can go find out.
I can go.
Oh, there you go. You're going to send the attorney.
And we want another.
Hopefully, I mean, we got basically 2 items of business to take care of. I think we may do as we've done in the past and see if anybody in the audience has any closing comments for us, words of wisdom. Okay, out-of-state investment in testing facilities. That's gotten a lot of pushback, perhaps rightly so. And I will say that just as good would be to go back and put a exemption to the 100% stock ownership rule in there to give an exemption for Alaska Native corporations to be able to invest in the industry in general, and hopefully in testing, because there are a number of Native corporations. There's not the smallest village corporation in the state cannot say 100% of our shareholders live in Alaska. Just can't. But they right now they are being prevented from opportunities to invest in the industry at any level. Several of them, a lot of them have got technical services companies, laboratories that probably would be welcome into the industry to provide resources. So I don't have any problem with sending this back. I don't want to close it because I think this does raise the issue of allowing investment by ANCSA corporations, and I think we need to at least consider that and see if there's any interest there. So if there was a motion to send this back, I'd support that.
I would motion to send this back to staff, and I would also encourage the testing working group, if we can ever get it going again, get involved in this regulation as well.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, same thing. Mr. Schulte, any other discussion?
One of my concerns is, if, as you suggest, we, allow the native corporations to participate in this, we're basically inviting entities with almost unlimited resources to compete against a bunch of small businesses who themselves cannot get funding from outside the state. I think that would be a mistake. So
it's discussion for another board meeting.
Yeah, when it comes to that, I think I'm going to oppose it on those grounds.
And that's if something even came out. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think sending it back, I guess that's up to you. This was brought to us by the industry. I think by part of the testing work group. I think Brandon and Emmett worked on this. He and I sat in several meetings with the former director trying to figure out how to do this to allow this. And sort of these regulations are the result of that, trying to make sure that if we're going to allow an outside investment, that, it shows some value, that it not just be, I got a testing lab and I now have a license, so somebody in the state of Washington wants to buy me out, versus by the fact that this outside investment's coming in, it's going to improve our testing, or it's going to make our testing more valid between testing sites, or we're going to bring in processes from other states. We heard during the process of the seizure around insecticides and pesticides that we can't test for those. We don't have the tests. That's probably a very expensive thing for small local businesses to do, but they had some investment and said, hey, we could do this, but we need outside investment. We can allow that. We heard from the Division of Agriculture that he wants to have expanded testing for the hemp and using our local testing businesses. But he talked about insecticides and pesticides as well. And he said right now, because hemp is different, they can send product out to be tested, which is not going to help our local businesses. So I think if we send this back, all that needs to be considered and talked about when this thing is brought back, because the idea was we need more testing facilities. We need testing facilities to have better inter-test reliability. I mean, we had the industry coming and saying, hey, we're getting much different results from testing. We did a sort of a quality control, and we had consistently one test was high on flour and low on, the other one was low on flour, and then on edibles, those two reversed. So I agree that this can go back. I don't know that it's urgent in fixing a lot of our issues, but we have really significant issues on testing that we have not worked out. This was one attempt to provide some resources to work some of that out. And if we're going to delay and talk about whether it's fair competition or anything, we may be missing the boat in the fact that it could be, and that if the feds do some relaxation, we can have product coming from many other states and just inundate our own businesses anyway. So I would agree to send it back, but I think there's a lot more consideration to why we need to do this and what benefit it'll be than whether or not we allow ANCSA corporations to compete against mom and pop.
Oh, yeah, we were. Yes, that's right. Okay, any other discussion on the motion to send it back? And I hope that there will be a more robust discussion on this. And the idea was not to try to open the door for the rest of the industry to have money come in from outside. This was not trying to open that door. So. Okay, on the motion to send the out-of-state investment testing facilities regulation back to staff, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, application renewal date, Mr. Director.
The board opened this regulations project at this July 2019 meeting. The purpose of this project is to clarify what documents the applicant is required to post at the location of the proposed licensed premises and in another conspicuous location, according to 3 AAC 306.025B, and provide to each applicable local government and any community council, and to clarify the deadline for renewal applications to be submitted. The draft proposes that the regulations are clarified to state that the initiation of a license application through the electronic system creates a public notice form, and this public notice form is what the applicant posts in the 2 required locations and sends to local governments and community councils. In reality, this is what is actually happening. However, there has been some confusion expressed by a community council because they have not provided the full application, everything listed in 3 AAC 306.020. In addition, the renewal section is amended to state that a renewal application and fee may be postmarked by the renewal deadline and still be considered to be submitted on time. This proposed regulations change
Welcome to the GCI conference. Thank you. Please stand by. You are being placed into conference in listen-only mode. There are 23 participants in the conference.
203B, 3AAC 306.2503C, and 3AAC 306.5203D are proposed to remove some language that is repetitive and move some language to 3AAC 306.525. 3AAC 306.525 is proposed to add some language from 3AAC 306.250 and add language requiring more detail to be provided for marijuana products to include assigning a product number. 3AAC 306.990B29 is proposed to further define, quote, marijuana product. This proposed regulations change was posted for public comment for 45 days, closing on November 15th, 2019. 5 comments were received and they are attached. You may vote to adopt, amend, send back, or close.
Okay, we got some public comments. We got one from a manufacturer says they like it. We got one from the state that says, talks about liquid products. And was any of that incorporated into the regulations? The liquid products concerns by the state, by DHS? Probably not.
Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just cut to the chase? I feel like we're rushing this, and it's pretty important, and I would like to move that we send it back to staff.
Okay.
And do we have a working group on this?
I don't think so.
We talked about a lot of working groups. I just don't know if there's one that could take a look at this with staff.
Of all the working groups that I've got up on my big board to have a program coordinator become the champion for all the working groups, I think how products go through the process, I would love to see a process that 90% of the work is done before you get it. And they can even show up and go, this is all the due diligence, here's what we're recommending, you can ask a few questions, and you don't take hours to go through it.
I just feel really rushed.
Yeah.
And I don't want to rush a vote on this.
Get a motion?
No, I get that. Thank you.
Motion to send it back to staff.
Okay, is there a second? So we have Mr. Schulte. Any discussion? All those in favor to send it back signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it goes 5-0. Okay, that's all the regulations. We do have a request that the board consider endorsing House Joint Resolution 23, introduced by Representatives Rasmussen and Christ Tompkins, supporting passage by the United States Senate of the Safe Banking Act of 2019 relating to cannabis-related legitimate businesses' access to financial services. Would anybody care to make a motion that the board expresses their support of this HJR?
I'm sorry, what?
This is a House Joint Resolution introduced by Representative Rasmussen and Representative Christ Tompkins, that will support the passage by the United States Senate of the Safe Banking Act of 2019 relating to cannabis related.
Sorry, I just didn't hear what you
Okay,
said.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, yep, we have got copies of it. Is there a motion to support it, express support?
I would make a motion that the board, express support for this.
Okay, there's a second. Mr. Schulte, is there any discussion? Everybody's got a copy of this, a couple of days ago. Obviously, we can't discuss the content of it, but I think perfectly appropriate for the message to be delivered to the representatives, at least, that we support that. Without any discussion, all those in favor of expressing support for House Joint Resolution 23, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, very good. Which brings us, marijuana mailbox. I think everybody's had a chance to read it. Not much in there to worry about. It was suggested that maybe we might want to revisit a thing that we've done in the past and see if anybody at the end of the meeting in the audience has any comments they'd like to make about how things have gone through the course of the meeting. And if we do, try to keep it to like a minute and a half.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we still need to...
I know.
You want to do that later?
We're gonna, I've got it all figured out.
All right.
Last minute.
Okay. And it's gonna be running up here, so, okay, good.
And I'll try to make it really quick, but I just want to take a moment to just, a lot of you are not licensees, take one moment to imagine what it's like as a licensee. And you go to the website, just like some member of the public said this meeting, and you finally work your way through the FAQs, you find all the documents, you get to the meeting minutes, you find all the soft regulations that are in the meeting minutes. And then you get here, and you find that the board even makes comments that, oh, I don't care what the regulations say, and they start to make things. I just want to read a couple definitions for you really quick. Arbitrary. Determined or founded on individual discretion, especially when based on one's opinions, judgment, or prejudice, rather than on fixed rules and procedures, regulations, or laws. Capricious means unpredictable and subject to whim, often used to refer to judges and judicial decisions. So, 8 times in our regulations, we say that local governments are not allowed to make any decisions that are arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable. However, I'm getting the impression that we're not reading our own regulations when we make our decisions. If you go look at the 1738, it specifically says that you cannot require a retail store to accept or to take the customer's personal information. However, we have said that you have per day, a purchase per day. The only way to do a purchase per day per person is to collect their information. 1738 specifically says you cannot require me to do that. So I just wanted to take a minute to have you guys imagine what it's like to you believe the rules that are written down in place, that are scattered throughout a website, you finally follow through and you do all these things, and then you get people that vote against you, voting no, arbitrarily, capriciously. At least that's the way I would view it. Because if we have rules that dictate the specific way that I'm supposed to act, I would appreciate that those same rules are for all members, the public, the members of the board, members of the staff, the licensees. We are all a community. It's not us versus them. It's us figuring out us. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And I did notice that in there, and I would suggest that when the regulation, particularly on quantities, makes its way to the Department of Law, that there be a close look between what 1738 says and what the regulation says, because he's exactly right. There's no way for retailer, I don't think, for a retailer legally to track the daily sale to a customer. Okay, anybody else? Okay, talk fast, please.
Mr. Chairman, while she's rushing up here, I actually wrote that part of the regs, and as I recall, it was not a daily sale limit; it was a transactional limit, and we recognized that it was basically unenforceable because somebody could walk down the street, go to another store, or even come back into the same store and see a different bud tender.
Not that I want to hear from you, but One comment is, we had this discussion, we said it was unenforceable, and yet it still passed by vote, and I have a problem with that, so.
Jan Waldstein, I just want to reiterate that we're going to miss you, Mark, and so we'll see you around soon. And to thank the board, and it's a volunteer board, and to remind everybody it's a volunteer board taking time away from their families and friends, and thank the staff. And then also point out, the staff has been really, really busy with a couple of big hitter items that have come through the pipeline right around the holidays, actually. And so the consequence is that big issue came right around the time where the deadline to make the agenda came, and so a lot of really good licensees got their really, easy stuff bumped from this meeting. MJ16s they were planning on, operating plans they were planning on, and I would wonder if the MCB would consider before April having just a half-day meeting or a 3-hour meeting over the phone for MJ16s or MJ15s that got bumped because of the hectic situation that happened around the holidays. So that would be my request and my ask, and I really hope that you would consider it, because it's often understandable that staff couldn't get through everything because they had so much to deal with, but it is unfortunate that good licensees suffer when things happen that maybe that they would never even engage in, and so we don't want to penalize those licensees. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thanks, Jana. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do board comments, and then after the fourth board comment, we will elect the chair, and then I'll make my last comments. That's all right? Okay. All right. So we will start with Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. XYZ before, and I just would reiterate that. And other than that, I didn't have any other comments other than I did get most of the material early. I never got a chance to read it, so I basically read it after it all came out anyway. So I'm not sure. I know at times we were asked whether we wanted to have this information early, and I was one that said I did. Some meetings I've gotten 3/4 of the way through all the stuff I've been given early. Meetings like this one, I really didn't get any of them reviewed until after I got all the material anyway. So I'm not exactly sure what to tell you about keep sending it out or not. But for me, I think it is useful because there are times when I can get to it early. But like this, I basically gave up all of the Friday night, Saturday, and a Sunday to get through all of this because I knew I had other meetings during the week with my other duties and I just didn't have a chance. So Monday being a holiday helped me out. So if there's some way in which we can get information that doesn't, I don't spend 3 days because I literally read every page. And so I just can't not do anything else in my personality. And so, meeting like this, it's basically a full 8 to 10 hour day for me to read all of this material. And if I could spread that out over 2 weeks, that would be easier, but then I may well forget. So I don't know what to say other than thanks for keep trying, and that's my comments, Mr. Springer.
All right, thanks, Mr. Jones. Mr. Chilly.
Well, I just like to acknowledge, first of all, the interim director for all his efforts. I know he's been running about 110 miles an hour since he came on board, so thanks for all your work. Thanks to staff. I think that those efforts are reflected in all the very positive comments we've heard from licensees, and I appreciate you guys acknowledging that because they do work really hard, and I'm glad that it shows. I'm glad that you guys appreciate the effort. Finally, I'd just like to thank Mr. Springer. Wish him the best. It's been great working with you on and off since the beginning, and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
See, I do that except for I work with Mr. Springer when we're both elected officials, and he's back being elected official, so we'll continue the process, just in a different field.
Good, Mr. Ronnie.
And I'll keep my comments short. I want to thank the new interim director, the staff, and actually all of you guys. I don't know a lot about, what shard is and tinctures and all this stuff, so I appreciate you guys' patience. And the other board members, thank you all. And especially, Mark, this is my first statewide board, and you shepherded me through the process, and you've always been kind and understanding and patient. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Again, thanks to staff. I mean, look at the agenda, 2 days. Nobody thought we'd make it, including myself, but we did. And the new interim director, I think, I call him about twice a week, and he answers, which is nice. That's unusual to get an answer. But really the staff, I'd like to thank them. And thank Mark for all the fun we've had here. It's a good friend, and I'll see you Monday. Yeah. Because I'm in Bethel all the time now. So it's not like I won't see him. If anyone has a message they want me to deliver, I can do it.
There you go. All right. Okay, very good. This time, the chair will open nominations for the new chair.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to nominate Lauren Jones as the new chair.
Okay, Mr. Jones nominated.
If you'll accept it.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Not hearing any. All those in favor of Mr. Jones as the chair can signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
One more housekeeping item. That leaves us without a vice chair.
That's correct.
So I would therefore like to nominate Nick Miller as vice chair, if he'll accept it.
Okay. All those in favor of Mr. Miller for vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, if I might. Okay. I will, I'll be quick. No, it's not all. So, first of all, I want to thank Governor Bill Walker for appointing me to the Marijuana Control Board back in late June, I guess we got notified, of 2015. My letter that I wrote to him, the kicker in here was, I believe we have a historic opportunity to develop a progressive system of regulation and revenue as a result of the passage of Ballot Measure 2. Alaskans have spoken, and it is essential that an administrative framework be developed that does two things. First, it discourages legislative action that might review Measure 2 in a way that diminishes the will of the voters, and second, protects individual Alaskans as entrepreneurs while empowering communities, particularly rural communities, through real regulation and enforcement authorities to ensure community mores are respected while deriving the public revenue stream everyone legitimately anticipates. And I think that we've gotten there. So let me say a couple things to my fellow board members. Hardest working man in the marijuana business is Mr. Jones. I hope everybody will recognize what a very, very valuable asset he is to everybody. Sometimes he says stuff you don't want to hear, so do I. But it's between the staff and Mr. Jones, the work of the board has really gotten simplified. He isn't kidding when he says he reads every page. Look at his notebook. He does it. So he's please, he's new chairman. Treat him good. Treat him as good as you treated me. He's going to be fair to you, and you know that he'll understand most of the issues. But he's also educatable. My first board chairman, Mr. Schulte. Hey, you're the first chairman, aren't you? Yeah. You and me and Pete Warnick had breakfast at Soapy Station. So who wants to be chairman? And you said you did. So good to see you back. And just stay cool. Stay cool. Yeah, always. Chris, just keep repeating to yourself, it's legal now. It's legal now. It's legal now. And Mr. Miller has always been there when I've needed a credit card to cover my incidentals at the hotel when I come to a meeting. You've got a good board. I hope that you'll reach out to the new board member and get to know him. Some of you kind of know who he is. I am a little bit disappointed that AMIA's list was not able to get in there, especially when they said they found a couple of Native women, one from up north, one from here in Southeast, because I'll be the first to admit that the demographic of this board kind of sucks. But you've heard me say this also. The demographic of the industry needs improvement. It does. You guys know people, entrepreneurs of color, entrepreneurs that are Alaska Native. If there's an opportunity, when somebody comes in and says, "Oh yeah, I'm here for my third retail license," we've got the money. Go find somebody to partner with you, mentor some people into the industry. There's plenty of women in the industry. It's almost dominated by women, but we've all got the same damn color eyes. So please help the industry grow in a positive way. Make it more reflective of the entire state. I know some people are doing really good, and that's great. But keep in mind that you've got a lot of Alaskans out there that have supported the industry before it was legal, and just have a little bit of social conscience there. Governor Walker appointed me. He reappointed me. I was legislatively confirmed twice. I was a little unhappy with the way the legislature went after Pete. You guys went after Pete. When he legitimately and within his rights circulated a petition to try to limit marijuana sales in Soldotna, that was nothing. The guy is exercising his, rights as an American, freedom of speech. So I thought he might have gotten hatchet a little bit on there. Let me say a couple of things about James. Okay, some of you heard me say this before. I've known James since he was a little kid. Okay, his family and my family in Hooper Bay have always been very close, probably related at some point. I hired him into law enforcement when he was 18 years old to be the village police officer in Hooper Bay. And he has risen to now being the highest ranking Alaska Native in Alaska law enforcement. Okay? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. People generally say they have a real good amount of respect for him. He is the leader there in the office. If you have problems with the way things are going, talk to him first. He's got no problem talking frankly, and he's an extraordinarily experienced law enforcement officer. He has responded to more tragedies than you would ever want to try to imagine. He's investigated, more crimes than you can think of, stuff you wouldn't want to think of, in rural Alaska, in his hometown, and he has always worked towards becoming a better law enforcement officer and a better leader, and he's at the top of his game now. He's the best friend you have in that office. Okay, think about it that way. He's the best friend you've got. If you got a beef with somebody else in there, talk to him or talk to Glenn. But keep in mind that James is there. He described himself. Somebody suggested, "Well, you're a sheep." He said, "No, I'm a sheepdog." He said, "My job is to help the flock," and that's what he's doing. That's what all the officers are doing. That's what all the enforcement officers are doing. So don't be afraid of things like compliance checks and shoulder taps. Welcome. If you're a retailer, hell yeah, send a kid in here with his 18-year-old ID card. We'll send his ass right back out and call the cops, which is what you're supposed to do. Okay. One of the things that I've really found rewarding about being on this board is that it's kind of the second opportunity that I've had here in Alaska to be involved in the creation of a very significant economic component of the state. back in the late 80s and the 90s, when I was in Hooper Bay, I had the opportunity to work real closely with the Community Development Quota Program, which gave shares of the groundfish fishery in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands to Alaska Native communities. And I helped start the Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association up in Emonic. And that program has just been incredible in, the resources that it's brought into the whole eastern Bering Sea region of the state. And now, being able to say that, I helped write regulations and, get this industry off to a good start. I've enjoyed the opportunity to chew some of you out, and I hope you listen to it, and I hope it's made your businesses better and your thought process is better. I want to recognize Cindy Franklin, our first director, and Erica and Glenn. I can't remember who was our regulations writer. What was her name? I keep thinking her name was Harriet also. Virginia, yeah. Some of you remember her. She was our pro skater regulations writer. A lot of you were there through the regulations process. It was, it's long and drawn out. A couple of us got a lot of frequent flyer miles coming in, but it's all been memorable. Just a couple of the one I really like is the time that the guy and his son from Fairbanks come in. We've got a cabin out about 30 miles off Goldstream, and we're going to put a grow in there, and they're sitting there kind of cagey. This is like 3.5 years ago, friend. So Pete says, "Well, what's your air control, elder control system?" And Pete goes, "Well, you can smell the cultivation from like 200 yards away." "Well, we get neighbors about 200 yards away, and they've never said nothing before." And me and Brandon and Bruce are just going like this, and then all of a sudden Pete goes, "Well, they better not have." I got to say I have enormous amount of respect for the industry, for the people in it, and you're doing the state is doing well by you. It's going to continue to do well by you. I hope that I'll have an opportunity or two to continue to help contribute to the growth and the stability of the industry. Let's see what else I have on here. To the board again, ask smart questions. There's no dumb questions. Okay? If you don't know what Jonathan is talking about, say stop. What do all those letters mean? Okay? Take the opportunity. It's one of the reasons I'm glad we've got the contract with DEC because Brandon and Bruce and Lauren, you'll remember that I said from the very beginning, we need some kind of, like a scientific advisory committee. We need some smart people that are not biased, that we can ask questions of, that can come and give us advice. So we kind of got DEC doing that. But there are some very smart people in the industry who are not really biased, when you're doing science all day for money, you're doing science. So listen to them. So I'm going to close by reading the letter I sent to Governor Dunleavy. Governor Dunleavy, it's been an extraordinary privilege to serve on the Alaska Marijuana Control Board since its creation in 2015, and I humbly seek reappointment for a third and statutory final term as its rural member. In the past 4 years, the board has successfully developed a comprehensive set of regulations for the licensing and operation of marijuana establishments, dealt with a variety of issues with licensees, including resultant revocations, monetary fines, and other actions, none of which have been appealed to the court system. We have operated in a transparent manner with no hint of impropriety and no undue or untoward attention to any of our actions. In 2017, the Marijuana Control Board was audited by the legislature. In 2018, the legislature voted to reauthorize the board for 6 years. Careful licensing and regulation in this industry has allowed it to make a significant contribution to our state's economy. The figures speak for themselves. Since program inception through June of this year, the state of Alaska and local governments have received $32,021,348 in tax revenues on $304,389,183 in retail sales. The state portion, derived from sale of cannabis by licensed cultivators, is divided into important programs in DHHS for education, and the Departments of Corrections and Public Safety for recidivism reduction. The 345 currently licensed establishments, all of which are 100% owned by Alaska residents, and over 5,000 Alaskans holding marijuana handler cards are proof positive that Alaska is open for business. This new industry continues to make inroads into the illegal black market, which has existed for many decades. Please make no mistake, significant challenges continue to face us in the enforcement realm. However, legal marijuana and its license structure is contributing to the public safety. I might add that I continue to be an ardent supporter of our enforcement team. Every member of the board takes our responsibility to the public safety and the public health very seriously. I have tried, as a member and as chairman, to lead by example in making sure of this. I introduced the resolution adopting the Cole Memorandum as a core rubric for our enforcement priorities, as well as in our licensing deliberations. In addition, I am proud to have added the requirement for the warning to pregnant and breastfeeding women to the packaging, posted and advertising warnings required by our regulations. The Marijuana Control Board has a heavy workload. We are required by statute to meet in each of Alaska's 4 judicial districts each year. While getting off to what appeared to be a slow start on licensing, both the board and the AMCO staff have worked diligently and successfully to reduce the time in processing for new applications. We still deal with as many as 90 agenda items for each meeting and give careful review to our board packets prior to our meetings. I am pleased to say that with few exceptions, we complete each agenda in the time we have, with no lack of diligence in our licensing process. As you know, we all serve as volunteers, more out of care for our fellow Alaskans than for any benefit. 3 of us, the rural, public health, and public safety members, are prevented by statute from holding any financial interest in the industry, and it is rightly so. Governor, I must also point out that Alaska's legal cannabis program is envied across the nation. The Alcohol and Marijuana Control Office is highly regarded by other states, both for their professionalism and their integrity. As I have noted before, AMCO and the Marijuana Control Board have operated with no hint of impropriety in a time when cannabis programs around the United States are under the microscope, whether from the public or, in some cases, federal law enforcement. The people of Alaska and your administration can and should be extremely proud of that fact. I certainly am. I can assure you, Governor Dunleavy, that my appointment to the Marijuana Control Board as its rural member will not engender any controversy, that I pledge to continue to serve the people of our great state to the best of my ability, bringing institutional knowledge to the board process and actions we have taken, as well as a familiarity with the industry we regulate to bear on the challenges ahead. So, maybe it was the part about I wouldn't be controversial that kept them from reappointing me. Thank you very much. Thank you to the staff. Keep up the great work. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn.
Not debatable. So we're adjourned. It's the easiest chair decision I have to make.
There you go. All right.
I'd feel enough worse if I wasn't going to be in Bethel on
And probably Thursday.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And maybe Saturday.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
no.
The chairperson has disconnected. The conference will now end.